Third Night. Sweet and Sour Mystery, Book 3. Written by Flynn. 1. If we get stuck out here, I'm eating you, I warned my companion as we marched through the cold snow that littered the sidewalks of the sleepy town of Apple Hollow. Orion smiled. You wouldn't want me. I'm tough and stringy. I eyed his muscular body, and a sly grin slipped onto my lips. I don't know. I think you've got some ticklish fat somewhere in you. Orion held up his hands and diverted away from me. Don't do anything I'm going to regret. I raised my hands and wiggled my fingers. Let's find out. I lunged at him. He sidestepped with his super speed, and I ended up landing headfirst into a pile of snow and gravel. I came up sputtering. That's cheating. He stood over me with a grin on his face. A thick blanket was draped over one arm and dangled in front of my face. You still have a lot to learn about being a werewolf. Yeah, like how you talk me into these crazy town things, I commented as he pulled me out of my self-imposed frosty prison. I brushed off the clumps of powdery cold snow and shook my head. We'll probably end up transformed into puppies by a gremlin. There we were, two idiots traipsing through the freezing cold at a few minutes short of midnight. A grey sky hovered above us, and around us was the deep dark of the snowy night. My breath puffed out like a factory chimney, working overtime on a Christmas shift. Now I was covered in the white stuff from my frost-bitten toes to my red nose. At that moment, Rudolph had nothing on me. Tradition isn't that bad, he argued. I snorted. Remember Halloween? Morella and her merry band of Amazonian witches tried to get everyone to go as flambés. He shook his head. A half-century-year-old murder and the cover-up are an exception to the rule. I arched an eyebrow. I haven't seen this list of rules yet. Is it a modified version of the 10 Commandments, where thou shalt not shed on thy neighbor's carpet? Orion chuckled as he looped my arm through his. Something like that, but you're like this. I winced and pulled a bit of hard, sharp ice from my posterior. Ringside seats to witches on ice doesn't exactly sound thrilling. Do they need a Zamboni, or do they just use their brooms? He shook his head as he led me across Main Street and toward the river. Neither. Mother Nature provides them with everything they need, and a little magic does the rest. I furrowed my brow and shook my head. I still don't know about this. My reporter instincts are telling me something's going to go wrong. Orion grinned. Just relax and let the witches sweep you off your feet. Like this. He swept me off my feet and into his arms. I yelped and clutched onto his thick jacket. Will you warn me before you do that? I growled. He shook his head. Nope. I folded my arms and buried myself in my warm coat. You're impossible. All around us, people from the town and nearby countryside flowed down the street and onto the main road that led to the river. The body of water wrapped itself beside the single street beyond Main Street. Its gentle, ice-filled waters lapped against the shimmering ice that reached from shore to a third of the way out into the river. A small park of trees and snow-covered grass lay between the last street and the river's edge. The frosty ground sloped down to the river and slid onto the ice. By the time we arrived, the park was filled with dozens of families. They sat on their own blankets and faced the river. Many had small lanterns placed beside them that lit the way to the shore. Orion and I took a seat to the left side of the crowd, close to the remains of an old bridge. Only the 3 towering concrete support pillars remained. Orion set me down and spread out the blanket. He bowed his head to me and swept his hand over the layout. Ladies first. I grinned and gestured to the blanket. Age before beauty. Grace before gravitas. I arched an eyebrow. Does that even make sense? He shrugged. It's the best I could come up with. He glanced in the direction of the street above us. I followed his gaze and saw a procession of black-cloaked figures. They marched in 2 columns, and each held a gnarled stick.
Let's have this bantering later.
It's about to start. We plopped down, and a hush descended over the crowd. The long procession of 24 people marched down the gentle slope to the river's edge, where they spread themselves out shoulder to shoulder. They raised their sticks to the grey sky. A brilliant emerald green light burst from the sticks. The lights arched into the sky and speared the center of the river. At every point of impact, ice was formed and spread like fire across the surface of the water, until the entire river was covered in a thick sheet. The figures walked onto the frozen river to the center, and turned to face the crowd. They raised their sticks again, and the tips glowed with the green light. The ice from the river shot up, and formed itself into a myriad of things. Giant castles with moats, elephants in a walking pose, even a small rabbit that broke free from the ice and bounced across the river. It hit land and sped around the families. The children pointed and screamed in joy. Several of the boys tried to catch the ice rabbit, and ended up falling face first into the snow. The rabbit bounced onto the ice to the far right of the crowd. I was mesmerized by the clink of its ice paws on the surface of the frozen river, and watched it hop downstream. Something beyond it caught my attention. A large grey fog bank sprang from the river, and traveled upstream in our direction. The rabbit skidded to a stop and turned icy tail, but the fog was too fast. It swallowed the creation in its depths, and I heard a horrible crunch as ice was shattered. I wasn't the only one to notice the incoming wall of dread. Many of the people stood and pointed. Others gasped and clutched their children to them. The cloaked figures on the ice lowered their sticks, and turned their faces toward the fog. A horrible stench of ocean air hit me in the nose. That's when the giant ship broke from the fog. Its wooden bow pierced the sky, and groaned beneath the weight of the rest of the ship that emerged. Tall billowing sails on huge masts waved in the still air. There were closed portholes on the sides, and the deck was completely empty. The huge pot-bellied hull broke the surface of the ice, and sent long cracks upriver. The ice sculptures shattered, and fell into the openings in the ice. The cloaked figures scattered to either side of the river. Orion and I jumped to our feet. Screams erupted from the crowd. Parents grabbed their children and fled up the hill. Off-duty officers directed the panicked traffic, or hurried to the shore to help the cloaked figures away from the river. I whipped my head to Orion, and jerked my thumb at the ghostly ship.
What the hell is that?
Orion pursed his lips. Trouble. Come on. He rushed down the slope. I sighed and rolled my eyes.
The things I do for a scoop,
I muttered, before I hurried after him. Orion slid to a stop, at the edge of the river. I skidded down beside him, and grabbed his arm to keep me up. We both watched as the ancient groaning ship floated upriver against current and wind.
That isn't supposed to be here.
I whipped my head around, and saw Orso slide down the hill. He stopped on the other side of Orion, who shook his head.
No, it's not. Where's it supposed to be?
I asked them. Orion shook his head.
It's not where, but when, that's the problem.
I arched an eyebrow. Come again.
That ship isn't due to arrive for another 12 years, Orso spoke up. You mean it's got a schedule?
I questioned them. Orion nodded, as his eyes followed the ship.
Yes.
We watched as the ship sailed between the large bridge columns.
I guess that explains the lack of bridge,
I commented. I looked upstream of the wooden sailing vessel. Another fog bank materialized from nowhere. The vessel sailed into the thick mist and disappeared. The fog itself dissipated until all was gone. I turned to the two men and crossed my arms over my chest.
This better be good.
2. Orion shrugged.
There's not really much to tell.
The ship comes every 33 years, sails up the river 3 nights in a row, and then disappears. I frowned. And nobody knows why it's doing this? He shook his head.
Not a clue.
But it's early, Orso spoke up. Orion turned to him and nodded.
Yeah, by about 12 years, right?
also pursed his lips and looked out over the river.
Yeah.
I've never heard of it coming early before.
How long has it been coming?
I asked them. Orion shrugged. About 200 years. I furrowed my brow.
That's a long time to have a sudden schedule change.
And you guys are sure nobody knows why a mast ship is sailing up the river? Orion and Orso glanced at each other. Orso sighed.
There's always the librarian.
He'd know more about its schedule than anyone else. Orion nodded.
We'll get right on it.
I arched an eyebrow. We will. Then take this, Orso advised him. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a receiver. This'll keep you in touch with everything that's going on, and it can be used to call dispatch if you find the trouble first. Orion took the receiver and grinned.
We'll make it a race.
Orso returned the smile, but had to stifle a yawn. Just don't get anything snapping at your heels this time, okay? I make no promises, my erstwhile mate replied as he grabbed my hand and pulled me up the slick hill. Later. If there is a later, I quipped. Don't tell me your reporter instincts are gone. There, I slipped and nearly fell, but Orion's firm hand pulled me to my feet. They're a little frozen right now. The library's warm, he pointed out as we crested the slope. So is home, I argued. Orion stopped and turned so we faced each other. You really don't want to look into this, do you? I shrugged. All I know is it's late, cold, and I'm tired.
Well, we'll fix all of that, but after the trip to the library.
He took my hand and led me down the snowy streets. Think of it as a favor to the police. I snorted. You mean a favor to the chief? Why isn't he doing this himself? He's going to have his hands full calming everyone down, Orion pointed out. We rounded the end of the street and caught sight of the library 2 blocks down.
That could take all night.
Besides, the bears are less energetic during the winter months. You mean they want to hibernate? I guessed.
Pretty much.
We reached the library and found all the windows aglow with light. The door was unlocked, and at the front desk was the shriveled librarian. He sat on a stool and was hunched over an ancient tome with yellowed pages. Around him were stacks of books. He didn't look up as we walked up to the desk. Orion leaned his elbow on the desk and smiled at the preoccupied old man.
We'd like some information.
On the ship, the librarian finished for him. The old man's eyes flickered up and narrowed. Elbow off the desk, please. Orion straightened and coughed into his hand.
This is a little urgent, librarian.
The ship, the librarian waved his hand near enough to Orion's face that Orion jerked back.
Yes, I know.
It appeared, and you wish for information on the legend, is that correct? Orion smiled and nodded.
Pretty much. It should be in here somewhere, the little man muttered as he browsed the thick bindings of the tomes around him.
Aha. He grabbed a thin volume that was pinched between 2 thick books and tugged it out. The black cover was thick with dust brushed in one direction by its removal. The librarian held the book between his hands and blew off the dust. The grey cloud flew into Orion's face and made him sneeze. The librarian held out the book to us.
This is what you need.
Orion pulled the dust from his face and took the book. Thanks, he choked out. Orion tucked the book securely under his arm, and we turned away and strode toward the front doors.
And don't forget it's due in 3 days, the librarian called out.
Orion paused and half turned to the keeper of the books.
3 days.
The usual checkout is a week. A sly smile slipped onto the old man's pale lips, and the corners of his eyes crinkled. But you won't be needing that book any longer than that. Good day. He turned away and began sorting books on a table behind him. I looked at Orion, who shrugged and led us outside. I jerked my head over my shoulder at the retreating library building. So is that what happens when somebody's elected by committee? If only anyone could remember when he was appointed to the position, Orion reminded me. He paused beneath a streetlight and pulled the book out. I caught sight of the cover, Famous Ships of Apple Hollow, an exhaustive study.
You're not going to read that right now, are you?
I questioned him. He shrugged and opened to the first page.
Why not?
I wrapped my arms around myself and shivered. I'll give you 2 good reasons, and they're both low digits. He smiled as his eyes scanned the pages. You could try growing some fur. You need the practice. I glared at him.
It's not easy putting all that hair back in.
I ruined 2 razors the last time I tried to shave my. Here it is, he spoke up. Orion tapped his finger on the page. I rolled my eyes and sidled up beside him to look at the page. There was a bolded chapter title, and a few short paragraphs. The opposite page showed a hand-drawn picture of the ship emerging from the fog. Orion read aloud the chapter heading. The Doomed Ship of 33 Years. I snorted.
That's self-explanatory.
His finger followed along with his reading. The Doomed Ship is a 3-masted sailing vessel that was first sighted along the Rumbling River in 1800 when it crashed into the old bridge, destroying the structure, and continued on its way. The vessel always appears from a dense fog and sails up the river some 1/4 of a mile before it disappears into an upstream fog bank. Nothing has been seen of its crew, nor does anyone know why it sails up the river, as the vessel is more in line with those used for ocean-going voyages. All attempts to stop or even board the vessel have been met with failure. I glanced over the rest of the words and read them aloud. Rumors abound about why this ship inhabits the waters. Some have suggested a curse that the ship navigate the world, and it happens upon Apple Hollow on its 33-year-long journey. Others have put forth a more romantic theory of separated lovers, and still more theorize that aliens are involved. I snorted. It always has to be about aliens. Orion smiled and finished the chapter. Whatever the reason, the ship sails onward, never slowing nor ceasing in its reliable schedule. Until tonight, I added. Orion closed the book and pursed his lips. Yes. I can't figure out why, and this book was no help. A cold wind blew past us and left me shivering. We can try figuring out this mystery in front of an electric heater, with a warm cup of cocoa between our hands. His eyes widened and he snapped his fingers. That's it? Cocoa. I arched a frost-covered eyebrow. Yes, cocoa. Cocoa good. Being warm good. Orion grabbed my hand that was tucked underneath my opposite arm, and dragged me toward downtown. There's no heater, but I know a great place for cocoa and answers. I sighed. Let me guess, the spellbinding food diner. He looked over his shoulder and grinned at me. That's just the place, and Mab is just the expert on the paranormal that we're looking for. The snowy streets were deserted. All the town was put to bed, with visions of sailing masts dancing in their heads. We reached the street on which sat Mab's diner and caught sight of the food place. Orion stopped so fast I tripped and fell into his side. This better not be more werewolf practice, I growled as I straightened myself. He stared straight ahead with his lips pursed. I followed his gaze and saw it fell on Mab's place. The interior was dark. Orion let go of me and hurried forward. I stumbled after him across the slush and ice of the road. He stopped at the front door, and I came up beside him. On the inside of the door hung a closed sign, and on the outside was taped a small white envelope. Orion's name was scribbled on the back. He tore the envelope off, and pulled out a folded piece of paper. On the surface was the following handwritten letter. Orion. I have gone to find someone. Do not look for me, I will find you. Mab. I glanced up into Orion's tense face. So I'm guessing this is bad. He folded the note, and tucked both envelope and paper into his pocket as he shook his head. I don't know, but I do know Mab's never closed her diner. I arched an eyebrow. Never. Never. I frowned and looked at the closed sign. She was open pretty fast after that car crashed into the place, wasn't she? He nodded. Within a few minutes after the investigation. Mab has a knack for cleaning up trouble. I turned to him and nodded at his pocket that held the note.
Looks like she's found some that won't disappear at the wave of her cat paw.
The sound of a child's scream interrupted our conversation and our lives. 3. Orion and I spun around so we faced the way we came. A small figure raced out from a side street, halfway down the empty main road. Their destination was the park, but their pursuers had other ideas. Behind the short figure floated 3 dark, tall, thin forms shrouded in billowing black cloaks. The lower hem of their outfits stopped a half-foot above the ground, but their bodies stopped higher. There was a gap of air between the hem and the road. Their long sleeves ended in the same limb deficiency. They leaned forward as though fighting a tough wind. Orion's sharp voice brought me out of my careful attention to detail. Get ahead of the girl and grab her. I whipped my head to him and frowned. How? He pointed at a side street to our right. Take that way and get into the alley. He started off on a fast sprint, but looked over his shoulder.
And watch out for the pit.
The what? I yelled back, but he was already off on the chase. I shook my head and sprinted down the street and into the alley.
I don't get paid enough for this.
The alley behind the main street shops was narrow and littered with trash cans, potholes, and alley cats that were mean-looking enough to scare the trio of floating ghouls I just saw. My feet pounded down the slick, hard-packed trail of snow created by vehicle tires. I glanced around for any signs of a hole.
I don't see a what the hell.
Ahead of me was a deep, round darkness. 2 boards led the wheels of the tires safely across. My stumbling, panicked feet slipped on the ice. I careened toward the endless blackness. A fateful hop, and I landed on the other board. The plank bounced up and down, and sent me teetering toward the pit again. I threw myself forward and hopped between bouncing boards until I reached solid but icy ground. I didn't have time to take a breath before my feet slipped out from under me. I crashed to the ground and slipped down the gentle slope toward the park. The little girl and her dark entourage came into view from the street to my left. Their hoods concealed all but their red, glowing eyes that were affixed on their prey. One of the creatures swooped down and stretched out a long white-clawed hand for the girl. I slid into her like she was home base, and I was making the winning point. My legs swept hers out from under her, but I caught her before she hit the ground. We glided out of the pale grasp of the phantom, just as Orion came up behind them. He pulled out one of his many small leather bags, and stuffed his hand inside. A quick twist of the wrist, and he tossed the contents of his hand at the creatures. The grey powder fell on them, and ignited their cloaks. The creatures let out a screech and scattered high into the air. They flickered like bad TV reception, and melted into thin air. I slammed my heels into the ground and put on the brakes. We stopped at the crest of the park, and I looked down at my charge. The girl was about 8, with long black shimmering hair that cascaded down her back to her waist. She wore a pair of worn jeans and a white blouse. Around her neck was a gold chain, and on the gold chain hung a small, ovular purple jewel with a black cat's eye in the middle. I glanced up at Orion as he walked up to us. Do you know her? He knelt on the other side of the girl and shook his head as he studied her. No, and I didn't hear about any new people moving in. She could be a runaway led here by the tree.
Well, whoever she is, she's really out, I commented.
Orion grinned. You smashed into her pretty good, and you're not light. I whipped my head up and glared at him.
That's stepping a few pounds close to me pounding you.
Besides, you didn't give me ample warning about that black hole in the ground. He held up his hands. I never argue with a woman scorned, and that hole's been there so long I forgot you didn't know about it. Somebody should vaporize that thing with magic, I suggested. He shook his head.
It's been tried but nothing works on it.
I returned my attention to the girl in my arms. Speaking of magic, We might just need some to get her to wake up. I gave her a shake. Come on. Snap out of it. The girl scrunched her eyes shut and shook her head. No. No. Please don't leave me, Henry. Please don't go. I leaned down so our faces nearly touched and gave her a good shake. Hey. You're all right. You can relax now. The girl's face relaxed and her body went limp in my arms. I rolled my eyes.
I didn't mean it that way.
Orion chuckled.
I think we're stuck with her for a while.
I glanced up at him and frowned. Shouldn't we be calling a lost paranormal pipsqueak hotline or something? He shook his head.
There isn't one, but we can take her to the police tomorrow.
I think they've got their hands full tonight with that ship. I sighed and studied the waif in my arms.
So what do we do with her until then?
Orion stooped and took her from my arms. He stood and pressed her against his chest. Ever babysat someone before? I rose to my feet and arched an eyebrow.
You're not serious, are you?
I mean, some days I've got my hands full enough babysitting you, and you're supposed to be my sidekick. He grinned. Then tonight you'll be the sidekick, and I the ace babysitter. Orion walked past me with my mouth dropped to the parking lot. I balled my hands into fists and glared at his retreating back.
I'm not a sidekick. Then how come you're falling behind? He called over his shoulder.
Because I don't want to catch some of your dumbness. I snapped. I growled and marched after him. We rejoined a half-block down, and I glanced at the sleeping bundle in his arms. There was a small smile on her lips, as she cuddled against his chest. My eyes flickered up to him.
So what were those things that were chasing her anyway?
The new welcoming committee? His face fell and his eyes hardened. They're called Death's Messengers. They're brought into this world by a curse, and charged with taking the soul of the cursed one back with them. I arched an eyebrow.
That sounds like a lot of big trouble, to be following a little girl like this.
He nodded. It is. It takes a lot of skill and power to cast the curse. I doubt even Morella would be able to do it.
So who would?
I asked him. Orion shook his head.
I don't know, but maybe she can tell us when she wakes up.
I sidled up closer to Orion.
So how do you know so much about this curse anyway?
He grinned.
I don't know if I should tell you.
You might get jealous. I rolled my eyes. Seriously? Me get jealous? Now fess up. Who'd you make mad? He shrugged. Oh, just a coven of wizards. One of my friends dared me to steal the magic seal of their leader. I snorted. That guy's name wouldn't happen to start with a B, would it? Orion chuckled. Maybe, but anyway I got the seal but got caught. There I was trapped in their cave until I saw the hole in the ceiling that let out the smoke from their large bonfire pit, the one they used to burn heretics at the stake. I raised an eyebrow. Isn't it usually the other way around? He shook his head.
Not around here.
I snorted. Of course. I forgot we were in Bizarro World. Continue. He furrowed his brow.
Where was I?
About to make a quick getaway through the ventilation shaft. Oh right, well, I partially transformed, the most I could do those days was change my hands, and had just reached the hole when there came a deafening quiet over the crowd. That's when I heard the leader chant the curse, and saw those Death's Messengers appear.
So did you have better luck outrunning them?
I wondered. He snorted. Nope. They caught me before I got out of the cave. I lost my grip and crashed to the floor. The wizards surrounded me, and I thought I was a goner until something jabbed me in the ass. Your mother's astral projection? I guessed. Orion shook his head. No, something much better and less scary. Bill and I had been playing with silver crosses earlier, and I forgot to take one. I held up my hands.
Wait a sec.
Playing with silver crosses was a thing when you were growing up? I asked him. He shrugged. We dared each other to touch them.
But doesn't silver burn people?
Only a little. I rolled my eyes. Continue. As I was saying, I left a cross in my pocket, so when the messengers got close to me I waved it in the air like a lunatic. That scared them away, and they crashed into the wizards. You should have seen those old men shuffle in every direction. Some of them even got up to a stride. I snorted.
I hope you didn't give any of the wilting wand wielders a heart attack.
He shook his head.
Nope, but I nearly did.
I ran all the way home and hid under my bed with my cross. That's where my mom found me and forced the truth out of me. She marched me back to the coven and apologized to all of them. I arched an eyebrow.
She sounds like she was quite a woman.
He nodded.
Yep.
Still is. I stopped and blinked at him.
Wait, so you're saying your mom's still alive?
He paused and half turned to me with a sly smile on his lips.
I thought you were cold. Why the hell haven't I met her?
I questioned him. He shrugged. I guess we just haven't had the time, what with the sickness and the Amazonians' murders and, well, he glanced down at the girl in his arms and grinned, there's our growing family to look after. I crossed my arms and glared at him. Is it because I'm not good enough? He cringed.
It's nothing like that, she's just, well, my mom.
That's it. I shuddered and held myself closer. That isn't it, but we'll talk about this after I've thawed. Besides, you never finished your story. He blinked at me. I didn't. I shook my head. No. You told me how you knew about Death's errand boys. Messengers, he corrected me.
But you haven't told me what you threw at them.
That didn't look like tiny crosses, I pointed out. He grinned. Actually they were. I ground up some silver crosses and tucked them into that bag. I never leave home without it. I clicked my tongue and shook my head.
What would the good Mr. Ord think of that?
He'd be pretty pleased to find out who took his crosses and left a couple of bucks in their place. I snorted. You know you're going to hell, right? He grinned.
Yeah, but that's all right.
I wouldn't know anyone in heaven, anyway. 4. We traipsed up the quiet hill to the street on which we lived. A bright color in the white neighbor's lawn caught my attention. The sign read "Room for Rent" in bold red letters. I glanced at Orion and jerked my head toward the sign.
Looks like Widow Snoopy next door wants some company.
That was the old woman who lived beside us. She was snoopier than a hound, and as gossipy as a parrot. He shook his head as he strode up the path to our porch. His lips were pursed as he glanced down at the girl in his arms.
There's no time for that.
I'm a little worried that she hasn't woke up yet. He stopped on the porch and turned to me as I followed him up the steps. Besides, I have much to teach you about caring for kids, my young apprentice. I snorted and opened the door.
Just don't lead me to the dark side, okay?
Black is not my color. We strode into the warm house. Orion walked to the living room and spread the girl out on the couch. He stepped back and turned to me as I sidled up beside him. See if you can get her hands and feet warm. I arched an eyebrow.
And what are you going to do?
He grinned. Make a special wake-me-up juice. My face fell.
I thought we were supposed to be reviving her, not finishing the job of those errand boys. Just try to warm her up, he insisted as he strode over to the kitchen.
I sighed and knelt beside the girl. Her hands were like ice as I clasped one in my hands and started rubbing. I studied her pale face with its pursed lips. She looked oddly familiar, but I couldn't place the nose. My eyes wandered down to the necklace, and the dark jewel set in the small gold frame. I tilted my head to one side to match the direction of the eye. Don't catch her on fire, Orion teased as he knelt beside me. In his hand was a clear glass. He stirred the brackish contents with a spoon as he leaned down to look at the girl. My eyes flickered up to his face. I could say the same thing to you. The girl moaned, and her eyes fluttered open. She looked in my direction, but I felt like she stared right through me.
Looks like we have a lively one.
Orion shook his head.
Not quite, he commented as he placed the spoon on the coffee table. It looks like she's been hit by a powerful magic.
My nose wrinkled as a pungent odor rose from the concoction. It smelled like a mixture of rabbit dung and formaldehyde. Are you trying to wake her up, or embalm her?
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, he quoted.
He scooted closer to the front of the couch.
Now help me tip her head back.
I tilted her head back, and he slid the mummy medicine down her throat. Half the road material went down before the girl choked.
That should be enough, Orion commented as he leaned away. Yeah, she ought to be ready for the grave any time now, I teased him.
My prediction was a little off. The girl blinked, and her empty gaze disappeared. She looked around the room in bewilderment. Where am I? Her eyes widened, and her body stiffened. She whipped her head left and right and tried to sit up, but I held her shoulders to the couch.
Where are they?
Where are those things? Whatever was chasing you did a disappearing act. After Orion threw some silver at them, I spoke up. The girl's large dark eyes blinked at me. I jerked my head over my shoulder at Orion behind me. For lawsuit purposes, he's the guy behind me. She looked past me at Orion and blinked at him. Orion? He grinned and nodded. Yep, lifesaver extraordinaire. And modest man, I quipped. The girl sat up and glanced down at her hands. She furrowed her brow. Who am I? I arched an eyebrow. You don't know. The girl clasped the cat's eye jewelry in her small hands and frowned. I don't remember. I looked to Orion, who had pursed his lips. Please tell me amnesia isn't contagious around here. He shook his head.
No, but it is serious.
We need to know who cast that spell, and if she can't tell us, this is going to be a lot harder to figure out. I returned my attention to the girl. Can you at least remember who tried to have your soul escorted to the other side? The girl flinched. Trix, Orion warned me. I shrugged. What? It's true.
Let me handle this, he suggested.
Orion scooted me back with his arm and took my place. I stood and crossed my arms over my chest as I glared down at him.
It's not like I bite.
Much. He smiled at the young girl.
What can you remember?
She furrowed her brow and turned her face away.
I don't remember anything.
He leaned forward to catch her eye.
Not even where you came from?
Or where your parents are? The girl shook her head. Orion's smile grew strained. What about your favorite food? The girl shrank into herself and squished into the corner of the couch. She shook her head and muttered her reply.
I don't remember anything, okay?
Please just stop asking. Orion leaned away and looked up at me. He shrugged and climbed to his feet, so we stood shoulder to shoulder. His eyes flickered to me, and he jerked his chin toward the kitchen. I led the way to the kitchen, and we faced each other on the other side. Well? I asked him. He sighed and shook his head. I'm not sure. She might get her memory back after a good rest, or she might not get it back at all. I glanced at the couch. The girl leaned her back against the rear of the couch, and her face was turned away from us. So do we need to worry about her transforming into an aardvark and trying to suck our faces off? A snort escaped his lips. He covered his mouth with his hand and cleared his throat. I think the aardvark's claws is worse than its bite, but she's a little too young to transform anyway. That doesn't happen until they're a teenager.
So I was a late bloomer?
I asked him. Orion grinned and placed a hand on the counter behind me. He leaned toward me and lowered his voice. Better late than never. I rolled my eyes and pushed him away. Focus, Casanova. You brought a mental patient in the house, remember? He sighed and pushed away from me.
I suppose I should act like the adult.
I jerked my head toward the couch. You can start by acting like one for her. She's going to need a lot of adulting until we can get her to the authorities. He grinned. Maybe we could take turns. You know, get a head start on our future. I arched an eyebrow. Either I'm dealing with 2 cases of amnesia, or you're delusional. He shrugged. Maybe a little of both, but why don't we each take a shift? I've put some protections around this house over the years, but I've never tested them on messengers. I glanced at the back of the girl's head.
So you think they'll come back?
He nodded. Sometime, though maybe not tonight. Still, we can't be too careful when dealing with those things, and that's why we need the shifts. I frowned at him. He smiled at me. I inched my arm out. He did the same. Thus began our epic rock-scissors-paper duel. It lasted about as long as a duel. He made the mistake of using rock his first pass, an amateur move in a game of skill. I waved my paper hand and grinned at him. He dropped his arm and pursed his lips.
Best 2 out of 3.
I stepped to the side and backward toward the stairs with my hands clasped behind my back. Just think of this as an opportunity to create that father-daughter bond. Orion sighed and looked to the girl.
Yeah, great.
I sighed and tilted my head to one side to study him.
You sure you don't want me to go first?
He shook himself and stood at attention.
Don't worry about me.
They don't call me Wakeful Werewolf for nothing. I rolled my eyes and gave him a wave before I spun around and sped up the stairs. My pajamas and the comfortable bed awaited me. I got a nice long peaceful sleep. The only problem was it turned out to be too long. 5. The bright morning sun reflecting off the snow is what woke me up. I sat up and rubbed my eyes. One glance at the late hour on the clock next to me told me something was wrong. I flung aside the covers and hurried downstairs. I skidded to a stop at the back of the couch and grasped the top as I leaned over. Orion sat on the floor, and his back leaned against the coffee table so he faced the couch. Or he would have if his head had been up. Instead, his chin lay against his chest and his eyes were closed. A distinct whistling noise emanated from his nostrils. My eyebrows crashed down. Orion? His eyes flew open and he started up. He whipped his head left and right, and his eyes settled on me. Orion sheepishly grinned at me and rubbed the back of his neck.
Your shift already?
A little late for that, I retorted. I pointed at the empty couch cushions below me. Where's the girl, Wakeful Werewolf? Orion looked at the couch and his eyes widened.
She's gone.
He leapt to his feet and swept his gaze over the room. Hey! Where are you? I climbed over the top of the couch and plopped myself on a bouncy cushion. Perfect. We've lost a girl whose name we don't know who was being chased by phantoms, called by some unknown person at a time we have no idea. Do you at least know when you fell asleep? Orion furrowed his brow and glared at the floor.
It was about a half hour after you went upstairs.
I snorted. Then we passed each other on the Dreamland Express. He shook his head.
I don't think I fell asleep voluntarily.
I think the girl did something. I arched an eyebrow. Did something? Like hypnotize you or something? He raised his hands and studied the palms. She wouldn't go to sleep, so I thought we'd play a game. She suggested patty cake. You don't happen to have photo evidence of this, do you? I inquired. Orion pursed his lips and shook his head.
It wasn't a game.
As we played, she spoke a rhyme that cast a sleeping spell on me. I sat up. Like a witch's spell? You don't happen to remember any of it, do you? He furrowed his brow.
It went something like blackbirds, blackbirds sitting in a tree singing sweetly just for me.
What does their music say? It says. He stopped and shrugged, and that's when I blacked out. The corners of my lips twitched up. She was a smoother customer than we thought, but not smooth enough to get those messengers off her tail. Orion folded his arms and frowned. A spell like that wouldn't ward them off. I glanced out the rear door to the backyard. A weak sun shone through the partially cloudy sky. I sighed.
I guess we should go look for her.
Orion smiled.
For the scoop?
I shook my head. No, because there's something going on around here and I don't like that. The last time we found a skeleton in somebody's closet, and this one's looking like it's a whole ship full of them. He raised an eyebrow. And you think this girl's involved in that? I hopped to my feet and looked him in the eyes. You think it's just a coincidence that a little girl with amnesia and witch powers happens to come to town the same night a ghost ship sails up the river? He shrugged.
It could happen here.
I shook my head and pushed past him. There's weirdness and then there's cause and effect. I'm voting for the former here. Orion sighed and followed me to the door where we snatched our coats. I guess that means we should check out the downtown. She might have. A faint crackling from his coat pocket caught our attention. Orion pulled out the receive given to him by Orso the previous night. The receiver picked up on a message from the dispatch. All offices in the vicinity of the library, please respond to the alarm. There may be a theft in progress. Be advised the perpetrator may be dangerous. Orion and I glanced at each other. We were both thinking the same thing, death's messengers and our little parental problem. We raced out the door and slid into the car. Orion kicked the vehicle into high gear, spinning the tires a few seconds before the chains found traction and pulled us down the road. The beat-up old pickup flew through town to the large park and its stately library. We pulled up and found 2 police cars already on the scene. We stepped out, just as the doors to the library opened. 2 police officers marched out. They were partially transformed into their bare selves. Between them was our little girl herself. She thrashed and squirmed in their hold like a little wildcat. In one hand was a thin black book with a thick cover and a clasp. Let go. Let me go, the girl demanded. Orion hurried up the steps and blocked their path. I'll take her. The 2 policemen glared at him. Don't bother us, Orion, one of them snapped. Orion nodded at the girl.
She's my cousin.
From out of town.
We're supposed to believe that, one of them growled.
Orion grinned and pulled his cell phone from his pocket. He held the phone out to the guys. All right, you don't have to believe me, but which one of you is going to call my mom and tell her you're arresting her niece? The men glanced at each other. They simultaneously released the girl. She stumbled down the stairs and behind Orion. She glared at the pair from around his arm. Orion smiled and put his cell phone away. A good call. Now what's she done? The lead officer frowned at the girl. The alarm went off near the forbidden door. When we got here, we found the girl trying to climb out a window. She had that book in her hand. She wrapped the book in her arms and pressed it against her chest.
The man said I could keep it.
Orion raised an eyebrow.
Man?
One of the officers nodded.
Yeah, the librarian.
He said it belonged to her, and she could have it, but we really need to take her down to the station for the theft. What if I made sure she never does it again, and nobody calls my mom? Orion suggested. The officer pursed his lips and sighed.
Fine, but you'd better mean it about your mom.
The pair tromped past Orion and the girl, and got into their cars. They pulled out and drove away. I walked over to the 2, just as Orion turned to look at our hardened criminal. Why'd you bail out on us last night, and where'd you learn that trick to put me out? The girl frowned and shook her head. I don't know, and it's none of your business. I folded my arms across my chest and studied the runt. You didn't happen to remember something, did you? She glanced over her shoulder and glared at me.
Why do you care?
Orion nodded at the book.
Is that really yours?
She squeezed the book tighter to herself and stuck her tongue out at him.
Yes, it is.
I glanced at Orion and jerked my head toward our midget criminal. Is it just me, or did she develop an attitude overnight? I furrowed my brow and leaned back. And did she get taller? Orion knelt on his step, so he was face to face with the girl. Could you at least tell us what's in the book? The girl hesitated. I rolled my eyes. We saved you from the messengers, remember? We're not going to throw you back out, just because you swiped a book from the library. Besides, I leaned down and glanced from the book to her face. A smile slid onto my lips. I'd like to know how you got past the librarian. The girl pursed her lips, but held the book out to Orion. He took the small slip of bundled papers, and I noticed something flutter to the ground at his feet. I made a graceful scoop to pick up the paper, before I slid up beside him. He read the cover aloud. Black Arts of the Seas. I glanced at our short companion. Some light reading material, for a long bathroom visit? She glared at me.
What did you expect?
A book of fairy tales? I looked to Orion and jerked my head at the book. How dangerous is a book like that in the wrong hands? He pursed his lips. Very dangerous. Normally only the mayor, and some of the higher casting witches and wizards, are allowed to check out such books. She frowned.
He said I could take it.
He said I'd need it. I glanced at the library doors. The lights were off, and the shades in the windows were drawn. I get the feeling the librarian isn't up for answering questions right now. Orion turned his attention to me, and nodded at my pocket. Speaking of reading, what was that note you picked up? I grinned as I dug the paper out of my pocket. You're learning fast. I am a hunter, he reminded me. I unfolded the paper, and read the few short paragraphs aloud. To whom shall find this, please ask your God to forgive me. I have lost my beloved, and I am to blame. I was blind to the dangers, and scorned a man I should have destroyed. Now we must live apart, until I can find a way to lift the curse and join us together again. Forgive me, my dear captain. I glanced up at Orion, and arched an eyebrow.
Does this sound like a love letter to you?
Orion took the letter, and traded it for the book. He studied the handwriting and frowned.
I'm not sure, but I know someone who will.
Come on. We walked down the steps, but paused halfway to the car when we both noticed we were missing something. We turned around to find the girl hesitating on the steps.
I don't want to go there.
Orion frowned.
How do you know where we're going?
She shook her head.
I don't know, but I don't want to go there.
I'm not supposed to go there. Orion glanced at me. I looked to the girl. Who told you weren't supposed to go where we're going? The girl clasped the stone that hung from her neck.
I don't know.
It's just a voice. It told me I'm not supposed to go to the diner. Orion looked over the area. Staying here much longer would be more unsafe. We don't know where those messengers are, but a curse like that is never far from the cursed person's heels, at least not in the open like this. I sighed and walked over to the girl. I stretched out my hand. Come on. I'm not letting you be messenger chow, after saving your butt yesterday. She took a step back and glared at me.
You don't want to help me.
You just want to get a story. I dropped my hand to my side and arched an eyebrow. How'd you know I was a reporter? That's when the girl bolted. 6. The girl shoved past me, and took a sharp right toward the far corner of the library. Orion sprinted ahead of her, and cut the girl off halfway down the sidewalk. The girl skidded to a stop, and clutched the book to her as she backed up. I can't go there. I just can't. Orion opened his arms and smiled at her.
But you won't be going there.
We're going to be going there. Besides, we've got you out of trouble once we can do it again. The girl's eyes flickered from Orion to me and back to him.
But.
Orion laughed and slipped beside her. He wrapped his arm across her shoulders and walked her back to me.
You trust us, don't you?
Our young charge frowned and shook her head.
No. She's smart for her age, I quipped.
The girl stuck her tongue out at me. I snorted. Since she can't remember her own name, I've got just the tag for this little squirt. What do you say to Tufts? The girl furrowed her brow for a moment before she smirked and nodded.
Not bad.
I'll take it. And we'll be taking you to the diner, Orion spoke up. Before I freeze to death, I added. We walked to the car and made sure Tufts was in the rear seat. Orion slammed the door behind her and turned to me.
You're not too bad at convincing kids to do what you want.
I shrugged.
It's all just a matter of a sharp mind over sharp sass.
I glanced at the short figure in the rear seat. Tufts sat there studying the closed book in her lap. I leaned toward Orion and lowered my voice. But I think you might be playing with something sharper than a sassy mouth. Do you really think we can keep those messengers away from her long enough to find out who's working them? He pursed his lips and shook his head.
I don't know.
It's going to be tricky, keeping from getting more than a cut from those things. There was a quick rap on the window. We glanced at the car door. The girl had flattened her face against the window. Are we leaving soon? Are you two just going to stand there talking all day? We looked at each other. Orion smiled and shrugged. You heard the lady. We climbed in and drove the few blocks to the main street. Orion parked us in front of Mab's diner. The window shades were still shut, and the interior was dark. The three of us stepped out, and Tufts was quick to scurry behind Orion. She followed him like a shadow up to the door where he peeked inside. Damn, he muttered as I came up behind them. I heard a commotion and looked down the block. A large crowd was gathered near the corner. I pointed at the gathering.
I think that guy's thinking the same thing.
Orion turned to me and followed my finger. I pointed at a scraggly man who stood on an old crate. His face was unshaven, and his long grey-brown hair hung over his shoulders. He wore a ragged overcoat with frayed hems, and his pants were held up by a frayed rope. His feet were attired in shoes cobbled together sometime 2 centuries before Christ, but he was speaking in perfect tongue. The end. The end is nigh, he shrieked. He waved his hands above his head, and his eyes flickered from one onlooker to the other. The ship has come and the tree is sick, and the dead have risen. All is ending. All is ending. The crowd around him grew larger. People whispered to each other, and cast furtive glances at neighbor and Nut. Prepare. Prepare for the end, the man yelled. A police car flew past us and parked close to the crowd. Also stepped out with an officer, and walked over to the soapbox with its dirty preacher. Come on, Elliot, you know you're not supposed to block traffic, also scolded him. The wild-eyed wielder of words glared at the chief and wagged a finger at him. Don't deny the truth, it's day in the sunshine, chief. It must come out of the deep pit of shadow, or else one must come into the darkness and retrieve it. The pit. The pit. Also stretched out his hand and grasped the man's arm.
I'll help you get it, but off the box and not with a crowd.
He pulled the man from the box and turned to the crowd.
All right, everyone, move along before you block traffic.
His fellow officer picked up the box and tucked it under his arm. Orion walked over to the offices, and Tufts and I followed. Hey, also. Need some help? The chief glanced in our direction and snorted. The only thing you bring with you is trouble, and I've got enough of that on my hands. The weathered man broke from Orso's hold, and wrenched the box from the officer. He scowled at the pair of uniformed men. A man can't even tell the truth around here.
Not when it obstructs traffic, Orso scolded him.
All makes a great headline, a voice spoke up. We turned to see a woman in high heels striding toward us. Her ample hips swayed from side to side, as did her ample chest. She had an hourglass figure every one woman envied, and a sly smile on her lips every married man feared. The woman wore a pair of thin suit pants and a blouse with jacket that showed off her curves. Her long blonde hair bounced against her shoulders and cascaded down her back. In one hand was a tablet phone. The woman used her hips to nudge past Orso and into the midst of our small group. She held her phone up to Orion's face and smiled with her ruby-red lips. A lot of strange things have been going on here. Care to give this reporter an exclusive? Orso cleared his throat. The police department is trying its hardest to find the cause for the ship's sudden appearance. The woman turned to him and eyed the man with her sly smile. Come on, Chief, you and I both know this isn't your party. You've got your best friend dealing with the gritty detective work while you deal with that. She nodded at the dispersing crowd and the hobo who stood off to one side with his crate.
And from what I'm hearing, things are about to get more interesting.
Chief Orso's eyebrows crashed down.
The department would appreciate if you wouldn't spread his ramblings in your paper.
She smiled and shrugged. Business is business, Chief. The people love good gossip, and the man on that box has the juiciest stuff in town. The people don't need your help to panic them with gossip, Orso argued. The woman turned to Orion and held her phone to his face. All the more important, I should get a statement from the lead investigator. Besides, her eyes flickered over Tufts and me. I never took you for a family man, Orion. He smiled and shrugged. They just sort of ran into my life. Or were dragged. I muttered. The woman turned her attention to me and held out her hand.
I don't believe we've formally met.
I'm Loretta Hopper, a reporter for the Daily Brew. I took her hand and gave it a brief shake. I'm Trixie Lyal, one of the newest additions to our fine community, she finished. She dropped her hand to her side and glanced at Tufts. But I don't recognize this little girl. Tufts glared at her. I'm not a little girl. Loretta laughed. You've got yourself quite a handful here, Orion. She frowned and squinted at the book in the girl's arms.
What's she got?
I think we should leave, Orion spoke up. He grabbed a hand from Tufts and me and dragged us away from the little group.
What about my exclusive?
Loretta shouted. Maybe later, Orion told her. We hurried to our car and slipped into our seats. I looked to the street, at what remained of our small gathering. Orso was having a chat with Loretta. His deputy was beside him, but Elliot was gone. I jerked my head toward the blonde. So is she an old friend of yours? He grinned as he backed us out onto the street. Jealous? Of that Barbie doll? A joke like that is going to get you demoted to sidekick again. You are jealous, and that all happens to be real.
And you'd know that how? Let's just say I gave her an exclusive once.
I crossed my arms over my chest and glared at him as we drove down the road. Aha. I'm sure it made the front page news. He cringed over the wheel.
I hope not.
Tufts stuck her tongue out. Grown-up talk is so weird. I glanced over my shoulder at our short passenger. You might want to leave that book in the car next time, or you're going to be a headline. She squeezed the book against her chest and shook her head. No. It's mine. Are you able to read those Latin inscriptions? Orion asked her. Tufts pursed her lips and turned her face away.
No, but it's still mine.
I slumped down in my chair and sighed.
I guess we'd better go see Troy.
Orion arched an eyebrow.
What makes you say that?
I snorted. We're at a dead end with the investigation, with 2 out of 3 of the village elders having disappeared. We need to go see the third one, before he decides to go on a vacation too. 7. A few minutes later, our trio walked into Troy's small motel office. The man was nowhere to be found, but his furniture of the couch and a wooden crate stared at us like we were intruding. Orion walked over to the desk and rang the bell. Troy. The door to the office opened, and Troy stepped out with a smile on his face.
Something I can do for you 3?
I leaned my elbows on the desk and arched an eyebrow. You can start by telling us how you know there's 3 of us, when Tufts here is too short to look over your desk. Troy walked around the desk and stopped in front of our short companion. He knelt down and smiled at her as he held out his hand.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Tufts.
Tufts returned his smile and gave his hand a shaky shake. Hiya, mister. Troy tilted his head to one side and studied her necklace.
That's a very nice necklace you have on.
Do you know where you got it? Tufts looked down at the jewelry and slipped a cat's eye into her palm. She shook her head.
No, but it's mine.
Like this book. She held the tome out for him to see the cover. Troy chuckled and stood.
That's some heavy reading material, but I'm sure you can get through it.
She beamed and nodded. I will. Orion stepped forward. We need more than just small talk, Troy. We need your help. Mab's gone missing, and the librarians shut the library. Troy turned to Orion and me, and his eyes twinkled with his sly mischief.
I'm sure there's nothing to worry too much about.
But Mab's never shut the diner, and we can't find her anywhere, Orion pointed out. Troy walked around to the other side of the desk and faced us.
I'm sure she's not far, but that's not all you came here to talk to me about, is it?
You want to know about the ship? I raised an eyebrow.
You know about it?
He nodded. Quite a bit, and you might too. Have you ever heard of the Flying Dutchman? I snorted. Just us and every other coffee drinker in the world, but why? Are we dealing with a Flying Dutchman? Troy smiled and shook his head. No, not a Flying Dutchman. The Flying Dutchman. Orion and I glanced at each other, before my mate returned his attention to the increasingly senile old man before us.
What are you saying? That the ship that sails around here is the Flying Dutchman?
Troy nodded. Exactly. I snorted and turned to Orion. This place should have been called the missing El Dorado of Triangular Atlantis. He shrugged. Apple Hollow had a better ring to it. I ran my hand through my hair and shook my head.
This is just nuts.
I mean, I've heard of wrong turns, but isn't this thing supposed to be sailing somewhere around Africa? Troy nodded. Its normal route is the southern tip of the African continent, but every 33 years it sails up the river for 3 nights before it returns to its usual haunting grounds, or in this case waters. I arched an eyebrow. And you know this how? He chuckled.
Through experience.
I pursed my lips and glared at him.
That doesn't really answer. Orion set his hand on my shoulder and met Troy's gaze.
Can you tell us about the curse that sends it here? Orion asked him. Troy furrowed his brow. My memory is a little rusty on the subject. A man did it. We all turned to Tufts. She glared at the floor and her shoulders shook. Tears slipped from her eyes and down her red cheeks. A bad man did it. Orion knelt in front of her and put his hands on her shaking shoulders.
What bad man?
She shut her eyes and shook her head.
I don't know, but he's bad.
He wanted to hurt me. I frowned.
I don't think you're its target, Tufts.
This ship's been taking this detour for a couple 100 years. She glared up at me. I'm not lying. Orion glanced at Troy. Does a little girl jog your memories? Troy studied Tufts for a moment before he smiled. Somewhat. The general curse of the Flying Dutchman states that her captain bet his soul to the devil he would reach shore. The devil ensured he wouldn't reach land by cursing his ship and his crew to an eternity of sailing. I leaned against the desk.
Sounds like a nightmare cruise even the current companies couldn't beat.
He nodded. Yes, but I recall that the devil mentioned in the story wasn't the real devil, but a very human foe. You happen to have a name for this foe? I asked him. Troy shook his head. Unfortunately, that's all I remember. I turned around to face my other companions, and leaned my back against the desk. This story's got more holes than a rat-eaten old newspaper. Orion checked his watch. Thinking on an empty stomach isn't going to help.
We should get a bite to eat at the house.
I'm hungry, Tuff spoke up. I glanced at our pipsqueak. You should be grounded for running out on us last night. She glared at me.
I didn't run out last night.
I ran out this morning to get this. She held up the book. And got yourself caught by the truancy squad, I retorted. Troy raised his eyebrows and looked to Orion.
What's this about?
Orion pursed his lips and shrugged. We found this girl last night 1 street down from the park. She had a couple of death's messengers on her tail. Troy frowned. I see. Did you find who cast the spell? Orion arched an eyebrow.
I was hoping you could tell us who it might be.
The old man rubbed his chin and his eyes twinkled.
I'll have to give it some thought, but I think you should get this young lady some food. She's rather pale.
I had to admit Tuff's wasn't looking so tough. Her skin was covered in goosebumps and she shivered. Orion set his hand on Tuff's shoulder and smiled at Orion. Thanks for the help. Troy bowed his head.
It was my pleasure.
He escorted us to the door and held it open for our little party. The dark skies released a soft white curtain of snowflakes that covered the worn snow in a fresh layer of icing. Orion paused on the sidewalk outside the door and half turned to our host. If you happen to remember anything else, give me a call. Troy smiled and nodded.
I'll be glad to.
He glanced up at the gray sky and sighed. With all this mess, it's a pity about the ice show. It's a rare treat to see them perform. Orion arched an eyebrow.
Yeah, it is.
See you later, Troy. Troy waved to us as we got into the car. Good luck on your search.
We'll need it,
I mumbled as I slipped into my seat. We pulled out of the motel parking lot and wound our way down the snowy streets. I glanced over at Orion. His lips were pursed and his eyes narrowed. I folded my arms and sighed.
Come on, out with it.
Orion smiled. Out with what? I rolled my eyes.
I know that look.
You're plotting something now, what is it? He shrugged.
Just a lead.
Something Troy reminded me about as we left. I arched an eyebrow. You mean about the ice sculptors? Orion nodded.
Yeah.
The sculptors had a good view of the ship. I snorted.
Some of them almost became a part of the ship.
Orion nodded.
And that's good for us.
It means they might have seen something we might want to know. I furrowed my brow and nodded.
Not a bad assumption, but a good reporter would have asked Troy straight up what he meant.
Orion smiled. A good reporter knows when to keep their mouth shut when they're given a free tip. I grinned and slid down my seat. Touché. Looks like some of my lessons are starting to rub off on you. He shuddered.
Perish the thought. Are you two married?
Orion's involuntary twitch made him slam on the brakes. We slid to a stop and whipped our heads around to face the back seat. Tuffs glared back at us.
What?
You two act like you're married. I looked to Orion and jerked my head toward our pipsqueak companion. Are you sure she's not your long-forgotten, illegitimate orphan daughter? She's got your sass. He got us back into our lane and rubbed his chin.
There was that cute Eliza May in high school, but Tuffs doesn't look anything like her.
I arched an eyebrow. You sound like you've been around as many times as cars in a used car lot. He grinned and shrugged.
What can I say?
I'm just a stunningly handsome fellow. 8. I folded my arms and curled a sly smile onto my lips.
Don't get cocky, Mr. Ace Reporter.
We haven't figured out a lot about this sloop scoop or her. I jerked my thumb over my shoulder. Orion grinned. All in good time, sidekick, all in good time. And right now the time is lunchtime. We pulled up to his house and stepped out. A noise to my right caught my attention, and I glanced over my shoulder at the neighbor's house. The room for rent sign was gone, and in its place was a handsome young man of 18. He was half a foot taller than me, but shorter than Orion. The man wore a plain white shirt with buttons up the front, and a pocket on the left side, and an open jacket on top of that. He had on a pair of brown suit pants that were a little too baggy for him, and covered half of his black stiff leather shoes. His brown eyes were covered by the thick black frames of his glasses. I looked to Orion. He stood in his open door and frowned at the man. I grinned.
Looks like you've got competition for that handsome business you've been running. Yeah, he agreed as he slammed his door shut.
The handsome young man walked over to us. In his hands was a plastic container, and in the container was an assortment of colorful store-bought cookies. Orion moved to stand by my side, and Tufts hid behind him. He stopped a yard away from us, and held out the container. Hey neighbors. I just moved in, and thought I'd give you some treats as a peace offering. I smiled at him.
Who told you we bite?
He grinned and shrugged. Nobody really, but it's always a good idea to make friends before enemies. Besides, he held up the store-bought cookies and gave me a wink. I worked really hard on them. Orion leaned toward me, and lowered his voice to a whisper. Don't trust geeks bearing gifts. I rolled my eyes and pushed him away.
That's nice of you, mister.
He laughed. I've forgotten the basics, haven't I? My name's Mel Paleyman. I gestured to myself. I'm Trixie Lyal, and you're, he turned his attention to Orion, Mr. Huntley. Your reputations precede you. I snorted and folded my arms over my chest. And your new landlady's the gossip queen of the town. You'll know everyone's family skeletons before you know everyone. He laughed and nodded.
Probably, but the man's eyes widened.
He leaned to one side and smiled at Tufts, who was still partially hidden behind Orion. Who do we have here?
This is Tufts, I introduced him.
Mel glanced from me to Orion and back.
That's an unusual name.
Is she yours? Orion shook his head. She's Orion's niece, I spoke up. Orion blinked at me, and I glared back at him. She's visiting for a little while. He knelt down and smiled at the girl. Hello there, Tufts. It's nice to meet you. Tufts shrank from the man and clung harder to Orion's leg. He popped open the plastic container, and pulled out a cookie that he held out to her. Would you like a cookie? They're delicious. She furiously shook her head.
She doesn't really have a sweet tooth, I told him.
Mel stood and shrugged.
That's okay.
I wasn't much for sugar at that age either. Anyway, these are yours, he held the container out for me to take, and it was a pleasure meeting you. I held up my hand and shook my head.
We're not much of a sweet tooth household.
He smiled and held up the lone cookie. Then take this one as a token of our friendship.
Thanks.
I mumbled, as I plucked the cookie from his fingers and tucked the sweet into my coat pocket. His eyes flashed with a strange emotion, and he nodded his head. I'll be seeing you. He turned around, and left us alone in the falling snow. I looked to my companions. Tufts was slightly more visible around his leg, but she still had a death grip on his limb. I glanced at Orion. You might have been onto something with that geeks bearing gifts thing. He arched an eyebrow.
Is that why you lied about Tufts?
I looked down at our trembling tag-along. Yeah. Something about that guy rubbed me the wrong way.
See, could we go inside now?
Tufts pleaded. Orion smiled down at her, and ruffled her hair with his palm. Sure thing. We tromped inside and shook the snow from our shoulders and heads. The warmth of the house swept away the nervous feeling that guy left in me, but it didn't sweep away my curiosity. I plopped down on the couch and cupped my chin in my hand, as the pair of children fumbled around in the kitchen for food. There was a great banging of pots, and lots of yelping and laughter. I worried for my safety. I glanced over my shoulder, and looked toward the kitchen. Water boiled on the stove, and Orion's cute butt stuck out of the fridge. Tufts was atop a chair at the chopping block with a large knife in her hand, and a defenseless carrot beneath her blade. "Hey, Orion," I called out. Orion removed his head from the fridge. A pot was perched on his head.
"Yeah.
"How can we get a hold of those ice sculptors?" I asked him. He walked toward me, and leaned over the counter that separated the living room from the kitchen. "Anybody can go see them. The trick is they might deny they were ever there." I arched an eyebrow. "Why?" He shrugged.
"Let's just say they don't like to brag about their community service.
It might make a damper on their reputation." "Oh, and I'm going to have to sit this one out." I frowned.
"What's that supposed to mean?"
He sheepishly grinned and rubbed the back of his neck. "To be honest, it's the same wizarding guys who I stole the seal from, and they aren't exactly a forgiving bunch." I pinched the bridge of my nose and sighed. And where might I find these reputation-minded magical ice sculpting wizards? Orion nodded out the window toward the woods. "They're down the road past the junkyard. You turn a left at the big rock, and go into the woods for a mile. You can't miss the place." "I want to go," Tufts spoke up. I glanced at the little girl with the big knife. Her lips were pursed, and she clutched the handle tightly in her tiny fist.
"Sure, why not?"
She smiled and gave a nod. "Great. We'll go after lunch." I looked to Orion and arched an eyebrow.
"What are we having?"
He shrugged and nodded at Tufts. "Beats me, she's the one doing all the cooking."
"He's just my slave," Tufts added.
I grinned and stood.
"It's amazing how fast girls grow up these days."
Orion's eyes flickered to Tufts, and studied her from toe to head.
"Yeah, amazing."
In a few minutes, we sat down to a meal of vegetable soup and stale bread. Tufts sat between us and held up a slice of bread. "You dip the bread in the soup to soften it. That'll help with the flavor of the soup too." I did as instructed, and was surprised by the rich flavor.
"Where'd you learn how to cook?"
She shrugged as she spooned the soup into her mouth.
"I don't know." "So that means you still can't remember anything?"
I guessed. Her eyes flickered to me and she frowned.
"You're the reporter.
You should know." I glanced across the table at Orion, who sat at the other end. "Are you sure she's not your daughter?" He took a bite of his bread and shook his head. "If that's true, then don't blame me for your hereditary sassiness."
"Let's talk more eating," Tufts scolded us.
I shrugged at Orion.
"You heard the sass."
We finished the meal, and left a pile of dishes for Orion. I paused in the doorway and looked the girl over.
"You don't happen to have a coat or something, do you?"
She shrugged.
"I don't even know if I have parents."
I snorted. "Good point." I opened the nearby closet door, and rummaged through the cast-offs of years gone by. "Do you have any small coats?" Orion came up behind me, and reached into the closet. He plucked a medium-sized coat from a hook, and held it out to me.
"This is all I've got."
I took the coat and studied its makeup. It was pink and fluffy. My eyes flicked up to him.
"Is there something you need to tell me?"
He shrugged.
"It's from an old girlfriend."
"She didn't like the coat, or me."
"So she left you both," I commented as I slipped Tufts into the snow gear.
"And we've been consoling each other ever since," he concurred. I took a step back and furrowed my brow at the oversized coat on the undersized girl. The sleeves ran a few inches past the tips of her fingers, and the lower hem scraped the top of her knees. "You think this makes her look fat?" He nodded. "Definitely." Tufts glared at us. "It isn't funny."
"No, but it's good enough."
"Now let's go," I told her as I opened the door. I paused in the doorway, and glanced behind us at Orion.
"What's the plan if these guys don't want to talk to us?"
He grinned and scooted us outside. "Believe me, they'll want to talk to you." Tufts and I slid onto the snowy porch and stopped at the top of the steps. Orion stepped back into the house and waved at us. "Good luck, and try not to look behind you." Orion slammed the door shut. 9. I glanced at Tufts. She met my gaze. Never fall in love? She nodded. Definitely. We walked over to my old beat-up car and slipped inside. Tufts wrinkled her nose at the dingy surroundings as I backed us out onto the street.
This car smells. That's the smell of journalism, I told her as we drove down the road.
She sniffed the air. Journalism smells like a gym locker room. I glanced at my short passenger. Do you even remember what a gym locker room looks like? She glared at me.
Of course I do.
What about remembering anything important? Have you tried doing that? I asked her. Tufts sank down in her seat and crossed her arms over her chest. She glared at the glove box.
Of course I've tried. And I'm just getting bits and pieces, okay?
I arched an eyebrow. Anything we can work off of? At least to keep those phantom fans of yours off your tail. She shrugged. I remember smelling the ocean, and there was this guy standing near me. I can't make him out, but he was big and loud. He annoyed me a lot. I snorted.
Sounds like you had a crush on someone.
Tufts' face darkened. I was not. We were just good friends. Do you happen to remember the face or name of this good friend? I wondered. She scrunched her face up in thought.
It was something like board or patio.
Something like that.
Sounds like he had a wooden character, I quipped. It's not funny, she snapped.
You think I like not remembering everything? I held up one hand. Easy there, Tufts. I'm not the one trying to suck your soul to the other side. You don't happen to remember how you got from the ocean to Little Apple Hollow, do you? She shook her head. No. I sighed.
Well, I suppose remembering something's a start.
Anyway, why do you want to come with me to meet a bunch of ice sculpting old fogies anyway? Seeing them playing floating parcheesi and Chinese checkers isn't exactly going to be riveting stuff. Tufts glanced out her window and shrugged. I don't know. I just think you need my help, that's all. I arched an eyebrow. Help how? She frowned. I told you I don't know. Something's just telling me I need to be near you. That's it. I glanced down at the book in her lap.
And you had to take that with us?
She clutched the tome to her chest.
It's important.
I sighed.
Well, just don't go chanting anything in any weird language in front of the wizards.
They probably don't appreciate people speaking in tongues. Are they really dangerous? She wondered. I shrugged. I doubt it. Most of the stuff around here isn't as dangerous as it looks or sounds, except maybe Orion's cooking. That's as dangerous as it smells. Tufts cracked a smile.
He's always been pretty bad at cooking.
I arched an eyebrow. How'd you know that? She looked at her feet and furrowed her brow before she shook her head.
I don't know.
I just do. I turned my attention back to the snowy road and pursed my lips. I've got a feeling you know more than you know, kid. She didn't reply, and the rest of the drive was quiet. The snow-covered trees stared at us as we drove through the countryside. We passed the hulking wrecks that sat in the junkyard, the point that marked the farthest I'd traveled along this particular road. I studied the left side of the road, waiting for some obscure snow-hidden wooden sign that pointed toward the stoic and foreboding home of the Good Samaritan wizards. What I got was a dazzling display of Christmas lights that lit up a large sign. The sign read in big bold burning letters, Association of Wizarding Fellows, Lodge and Tennis Courts.
I think we might have found the place, I commented.
Tufts scoffed.
I don't need a journalism degree to know that.
Then that makes two of us, I quipped as I pulled off the county road and onto a smooth, freshly plowed paved black road. She glanced at me with a raised eyebrow.
You don't have a degree.
I shook my head.
Nope.
I excelled in the bullshit part, but couldn't quite manage the chain of command deference portion.
So how'd you get into being a journalist? She wondered.
I shrugged. I went the old-fashioned way. I started from the bottom, and worked my way up until I was a journalist they could fire. And that's my long, sad story of how I got to Apple Hollow. Tufts fell back against her seat and studied me. I guess you're not as stupid as I thought. I grinned. Thanks. That means a lot coming from a pipsqueak. She glared at me.
I'm not a... I slammed on the brakes.
Tufts grabbed the dash and winced as her seatbelt tightened across her chest.
We're here,
I announced. Tufts whipped her head to me and curled her lips back in a snarl.
You could have warned me.
I could have, but where's the fun in that? I teased. I opened my door and stepped out to get a full picture of the Association of Wizarding Fellows Lodge and tennis courts. It was a 3-floor lodge hewn from thick ancient trees. The building was rectangular, with the long end being the front. 2 huge wooden doors engraved with images and arcane writing made up the front entrance. Grey caulking was stuck between the logs, and the vinyl windows were tinted so no one could look inside. We were parked in a paved and cleared parking lot, and around us was the thick forest of trees whose branches hung over some of the more remote parking spots. A few grey vans were parked in those spots and half hidden by the tall piles of plowed snow. Behind the lodge, some 50 feet, arose a 100-foot-tall plateau with a sharp ledge. The jagged edges of the sudden drop looked down at the lodge with contempt, as did the gnarly trees that grew on the flat spot. Beyond the plateau, some 2 miles, was the beginning of a tall mountain range, the same that surrounded the entire valley. We were at the edge of weirdness, and it looked like a tourist trap.
Gordy,
Tufts spoke up. I nodded.
Yeah.
Think they're compensating for something?
Lack of talent, she quipped.
I snorted and wrapped my arm around her shoulders. Kid, I think we're going to make some wonderful trouble together. She shrugged off my arm, but I could see the corners of her pressed lips twitch up.
I'm not a kid.
I rubbed my hand on the top of her head. Grow a couple more inches and we'll talk. Anyway, let's go inside before I change from a mom to a popsicle. I strode forward and Tufts hurried by my side.
How are we going to get in? She asked me.
I grinned.
That's easy, my daughter.
We're just going to say we were just traveling through, and wanted a look around. Once inside, we'll weasel our way into their hearts and question them about the ship. She frowned.
That sounds a lot easier said than done, and I don't look anything like you.
You take after your dad's side, I pointed out. We reached the doors and I pressed the doorbell. From inside came the heavy dong of a gong. A pair of shuffling feet came to the door. Tufts and I jerked back when a porthole, hidden in the carvings, opened, and a wizened old face stuck out of the hole. The old man's beard trailed out the bottom of the hole, and hung below him like an afterthought. That, or an overgrown nose hair. The man's bushy white eyebrows were mesmerizing. They moved up and down as he surveyed us. Well, what do you want? He snapped. I shook myself and grabbed Tufts' shoulder. I pulled her in front of me, and slapped a smile on my face. The man's bushy eyebrows shot up. We were just passing through, and wanted to take a look in your wonderful.
Hold on 1 minute, he screeched.
He slid back and slammed the porthole shut. Tufts and I glanced at each other.
I don't think your plan's working, she commented.
I opened my mouth to reply, but we heard the loud clang of metal bars slide away from the door. The entrances swung inward, and revealed a large entrance hall. The wooden clapboard walls were rough, and the floor was made up of large smooth stones. Opposite the front doors was a hearth that could fit a yak on a spit, which was exactly what an apron-clad old man with a white beard was turning over a small bonfire. I had a feeling the doors weren't opened to invite us to lunch, when I noticed the 2 robed, wizard-looking old men who flanked the entrance. They had their wands pointed at us, and grim looks on their wrinkled faces. The bearded greeter glared at us, and jerked his head in the direction over his shoulder. Get in here. I grabbed Tufts' shoulders and smiled at them as I turned us around.
You know what, I think I'll... 2 more wizards stood behind us.
They had wands too,
I think we'll come inside.
I led Tufts into the inner sanctuary of the bearded ones. She was a little stiff, but her face didn't show any signs of concern. She looked bored. The doors were slammed shut behind us. The greeter turned to his left and waved his hand. "Follow me." On either side of the entrance hall was a passage. We were taken down the right-hand one, and around the corner to the back of the building. The four-armed wizards walked beside and behind us like stormtroopers. I hoped their aim was as good as the notorious Deadshots. We passed more robed fellows who gawked at us. Some of them lifted their long noses to the air and sniffed. I glanced behind us and noticed those wizards scowled at our backs.
"It's really nice of you guys to give us the grand tour," I spoke up.
Dead silence. "And with armed guards too. When do we get to see the torture chambers?"
"Quiet," the greeter growled.
I shrugged. "I was just trying to cover up your faux pas in forgetting to tell us about the lovely decor. Did you guys help make this place?" The greeter glared at me over his shoulder. "The temple is over 150 years old." I glanced around at the bearded men.
"So you were all there for the grand opening?"
Tufts shoved her arm against me. "What are you doing?" she hissed. I smiled at her. "Trying to liven up the party, dearest daughter of mine." We reached the rear of the building, and turned left into a small alcove in the wall. The alcove contained a winding stone staircase. The walls were also smooth stone. Our footsteps echoed down the twisting passage as we delved 30 feet beneath the surface. The stairs kept going, but we got off on the first basement floor. A wide long passage without doors or windows led to a single large wooden door at the very end. "Dracula must be jealous," I quipped. My snark fell flat on the bait as dead silence reigned. The two guards on our sides passed us and stood on either side of the door. One of them opened the entrance and revealed a large council room, complete with curved council table, and a couple of rows of cheap seats in front of them. Behind the curved table sat 9 robed figures in high-backed wooden chairs. Plump cushions cushioned their posteriors. Each of them wore a different color of the rainbow, and hoods concealed their faces. We had arrived. 10. The figures raised their heads slightly, but not even for me to catch more than a sight of white whiskers and drooping beards. The greeter hurried down the aisle like a nervous bride out of step with the bridal music, and bowed before them. "Forgive me for disturbing you, my lords, but..." The central figure raised one pale, gnarly old hand so the palm faced the greeter. "Bring them closer," his gravely voice commanded. The greeter stepped aside, and we were escorted to the front. The elder waved his hand at the guards. "Step back." "A moment, High Wizard," one of the others spoke up. It was the one who wore pink. He gestured to us. "We should retain the guards. They could be dangerous." "We're confused, not dangerous," I spoke up. Pinky turned his hooded face toward me. His voice told me he was sneering. "All who ally themselves with the beast are dangerous. Your exterior features only mask that." I arched an eyebrow. "What beast?" The green-robed fellow scoffed. "Surely you know why you're here, Werewolf." I clapped my hands on Tufts' shoulders and nodded. "Yep. We're here to steal more of our treasures," Pinky interrupted. Greenie slammed his hand on the table. "Why are we wasting time here speaking with them? We should probe their minds and find out what they..." "No." The small word came from an equally tiny voice. "Tufts." She stepped forward and glared at the old men. "By your own code, Section 13, Paragraph 8, probing without just cause is illegal and punishable by death." Pinky threw off his hood and revealed himself to be a couple decades short of Methuselah age. His silver beard trembled as he leapt to his feet and glared at Tufts. "How do you know our code? No one outside of our order knows the details." "I know it more than you do," she snapped. The center man raised his hand again. Pinky shut his trap. The gray-robed High Wizard leaned forward over the desk and seemed to study Tufts. "Do we know you, little one?" Tufts put her hands on her hips and glared at him. I'm not little. The elder chuckled. You are correct. You stand tall before the colorful council. I snorted. Colorful council? Did that name win against the robed rainbow and the geezer group? Pinky's face flushed the color of his robe. You will show this council the deference it deserves. I whipped my head to him and narrowed my eyes. You guys order us into this place, drag us through the holes and expect some sort of respect when you didn't even offer us donuts? I nodded at a table against the wall to my left. It was loaded with council snacks like donuts and cupcakes. The High Wizard chuckled again. You may have one if you... High Wizard, please. Pinky pleaded. He gestured to us. These two are undoubtedly working in tandem with the beast. We cannot treat them and expect them not to repay our kindness with betrayal.
We don't even know any beast, I protested.
The coat proves your allegiance to that demon, Greenie spoke up. I glanced down at myself, but my eyes caught on Tufts' coat. The pink one from Orion's closet. I arched an eyebrow.
So you guys are talking about Orion?
A roar of anger rose from most of the council members. Pinky slammed his fist against the table. You see? She admits being allied with the beast. She admitted no such thing, the High Wizard countered.
Her smell should tell you she belongs to him, and don't forget the coat.
Greenie protested.
And what about our TV remotes he stole? A hooded member spoke up.
The High Wizard raised his hands. Please let calm reign in this session. That's when all hell broke loose. One of the robed figures, the one in purple, leapt out of their seat and let out a high-pitched scream.
It touched me.
Another jumped onto the table and raised their robe high enough for me to glimpse their hair, wrinkled old legs.
I felt it too. Tailed demon, one of the others shouted.
That initiated a stampede, as the wizards leapt from their chairs and climbed onto the tallest piece of furniture their old bodies could scramble onto. There were screams and shouts. The two guards from the door rushed in with wands at the ready. Then someone pulled out a wand. Colorful streams of magic shot across the room. One of those beautiful glistening lights arched into a member of the cheap seats. The cheap material exploded into 1,000 sparkling bits of particle board and metal. I grabbed Tufts' shoulders and pulled her toward the door. Time to go. I caught a wild shot out of the corner of my eyes and ducked, pulling Tufts to the floor with me. The colorful stream of death flew over us, bounced off the metal back of one of the chairs, and ricocheted back in our direction. I pushed Tufts forward and slid back across the smooth, cold stone floor. The stream passed between us and exploded one of the chairs. I yelped when an arm wrapped around my waist and picked me off the floor. A glance over my shoulder told me it was one of the hooded guards. He leapt forward and grabbed Tufts in the same way, before he spun around and raced toward a far corner of the chaos. The guard squished us into the corner, and shielded us with his body with his front toward us. That's when I noticed his beard was a little crooked and fake. I grabbed the beard and gave it a yank. The thing tore off, and there was a little familiar yelp of pain. Orion? I growled. He pulled his hood back a little, and grinned at me. At your service. You can service yourself after this mess, I snapped. He turned his head left and right, and blinked his eyes as he stared at the wall. Mess? I don't see a mess. I glanced over his shoulder at the chaos behind him. Half the chairs were exploded, most of the wizards were on high ground, and the guards were shuffling around the room looking for the tailed demon. Did you really have to make this grand of an entrance? I questioned him. He shook his head.
This wasn't me, I swear.
And the stolen TV remotes, I added. He grinned.
That might be me, but I think we have more important.
I got it, one of the council members yelled. He pointed at a spot on the ground beneath the refreshments table. It exploded down there. The shooting stopped. Everyone watched as the guards shuffled over to the table, and creaked their old joints to kneel in front of the tablecloth that hung to the floor. One of them used their wand to raise the cloth, while the other pointed their weapon. The sheet was raised and revealed nothing. Well, except for the various sizes of cookie and donut crumbs with the occasional stain from spilled coffee. The guard that pointed his wand glanced at the council member. "Are you sure you saw the tailed demon run under here, your lordship?" The man glared back at him. "I'm absolutely sure." During the escapade, the High Wizard had sat as cool as a cucumber in his seat. His hood still covered his head. Now he chuckled and stood. "I believe that is enough exercise for us all." The purple-robed wizard looked around the room.
"But what about the tailed demon?"
"I know I saw it and it might," the High Wizard raised his palm. He nodded toward us. "I am sure it has been frightened away, and besides we haven't even greeted our new guest." Everyone turned their attention to us. Orion spun around to face them, and threw off his hood. He grinned and bowed low to the men. "Good day, gentlemen." His greeting was met with thunderous replies. "Beast."
"Monster." "Where's my remote?"
The High Wizard held up his hands. "Gentlemen, if you would take your seats, we will discover why our adversary has risked his personal safety and those of his companions to meet us here." The old men muttered, but took their positions. The 3 remaining guards nudged us toward a few slightly scathed seats at the front of the room. We were plopped into them, to face a jury of my great-grandmother's peers. The High Wizard leaned forward, and clasped his hands together on the table.
"Now tell us what has brought you here."
11. Orion grinned. "Isn't it obvious?"
"Not to us or anyone else," Greenie snapped.
Orion shrugged. "It's because I enjoy your company so much." Pinky scoffed. "You enjoy nothing but to entertain yourself, and to make fools of us."
"You don't need any help,"
I muttered. Pinky whipped his head to me and narrowed his eyes.
"What's that?"
"What did you say?" I cleared my throat.
"I said we came here to get some help."
"And you expect us to help you?" one of the other robed figures questioned us. "Especially after all the damage Orion has done in the past?" Greenie pointed out. I set my hands on Orion's shoulders. "I know he's been a naughty boy, but he promises to return everything as long as you help us out." "Even my toothbrush," one of them, a small hooded figure, wondered. I arched an eyebrow, but nodded.
"Yeah, even that."
Orion whipped his head around, and frowned at me.
"That's not going to be easy."
"Before we enter into a mutual agreement, what help were you needing?" the High Wizard wondered. Pinky pointed at Tufts.
"And how does that girl knows our code?"
"And better than you know it," Tufts quipped.
"That doesn't answer the question."
Pinky snapped. "It was hardly in a form she could answer without reprimand," the High Wizard commented. Pinky glared at his leader. "Are you going to allow them to intrude on our lodge, cause chaos in our chamber room, and insult us to our faces?" I raised my hand. "I object to this character assassination. We just asked to be shown around."
"Under false pretenses of being this girl's parent," he reminded me.
The High Wizard sighed and stood.
"It seems we are at an impasse."
Orion held up his hands.
All right, I'll fix this mess, but only if you agree to help us."
"And how would you fix this impasse?" the High Wizard asked him. Orion leaned toward me, and lowered his voice to a whisper. "You owe me one for this." "You owe me for getting me into this mess," I growled. "Fair enough." Orion reached into his cloak, and pulled out an old-fashioned key. "This key is what opens my storage unit, the one that holds all your valuables."
"Even my toothbrush?" the man asked him.
Orion smiled and nodded.
"Yep, even that." "Guard, seize that key,"
Pinky demanded. The wizard guards pointed their wands at Orion. He held still with that smile on his face as the greeter snatched the key from his hand. The greeter carried it to the table, and set it before the High Wizard. The High Wizard picked it up, and held it in front of his concealed face. A very curious key, and very useless. Pinky frowned. Useless how? Has he cursed it? The High Wizard chuckled.
Nothing so dramatic, but, he turned to Pinky, do you know what this key opens?
Pinky opened his mouth. It opens his storage unit. Do you know the location of that unit? The High Wizard questioned him. Pinky's face flushed, and he scowled as he pointed his finger at Orion.
No, but he can tell us.
Orion grinned, and folded his arms across his chest.
Not unless you help us. And what help do you need? The High Wizard wondered.
We want to know if you guys saw anything weird about the ship as it tried to run you down, I spoke up. You know, a ghostly skeleton crew or maybe an escalator that led onto the deck. Something like that. The High Wizard turned from left to right to look over his men. That is a reasonable enough request. Do you gentlemen agree? Many nodded their heads. Greenie and Pinky scowled but didn't argue. Did anyone see anything of particular interest? One of the youngest wizards, a man of maybe 40, raised his shaking hand.
I might have seen something.
The High Wizard and the other council members turned to him.
What did you see?
Their leader asked the council wizard. The man shrank beneath the attention, and bit his lower lip.
I think it was a shadow on the side of the ship.
A round shadow. Greenie scoffed. You probably saw a porthole. He shook his head. No, it was more like a dimensional portal. The High Wizard tilted his hooded head to one side. Interesting. He turned his attention back to us.
Is that what you are looking for?
Orion shrugged.
It's got to be, unless you guys have anything else.
The bearded wizards glanced at each other and shook their heads. The High Wizard stretched himself to his full height. If that's your only business here, then we have our unfinished business with. He knows something, a voice spoke up. I didn't recognize the voice, so we all turned to look behind Orion and me. The voice belonged to a teenager with long black hair. The face looked familiar, but there was no mistaking the heavy coat that now fit her larger body, and the cat's eye necklace that hung around her neck. She also held the black magic tome in her arms. I tilted my head to one side and blinked at the teenager. Tufts. She returned my stare with one of her
What?
I pointed at her.
When did you get taller?
She looked down at herself and shrugged. A minute ago. I glanced at Orion, and jerked my thumb at our fast-acting orphan. Is there something in the water around here, or is this not normal? He pursed his lips and shook his head. This isn't normal, even for here. I returned my attention to our Chia pet child. Anyway, you can give us the scoop on your sudden spurt? Tufts glanced down at herself and shook her head.
I don't know.
I just grew, and I know I'm supposed to. The High Wizard walked through the table, and stopped before the teenage Tufts. He leaned forward and scrutinized her necklace.
What an unusual trinket.
Where did you get it? Tufts grasped the necklace and glared at him.
Why do you want to know?
He drew back and clasped his hands together in front of him. There's a rather powerful residual magic around its borders. Is it dangerous? Greenie spoke up. The High Wizard shook his head. No. The magic is concentrated within the stone, and seems to only encompass the girl. I crossed my arms and arched an eyebrow. If this is so powerful, why didn't any of you notice it before? He glanced over his shoulder at me.
The magic is well concealed within the stone.
The stone released some of its magic to change from this girl from child to adolescence, and the remnants of that spell are still visible. I looked Tufts up and down.
I don't see anything.
The High Wizard smiled, and tapped a location of his temple. To those with the mind to see the magic, but your mind is closed. I glared at the hooded man, and marched toward him.
What's that supposed to? Orion wrapped his arms around me and hugged me to him.
Can you tell what kind of a spell it's casting on the girl, or maybe even who cast it? Orion asked our host. The High Wizard turned back to Tufts. It's very potent magic, but there's something odd about the spell. Will she be growing a tail soon? I quipped. He shook his head. No, rather, the spell is in reverse. I frowned. Like it's undoing itself? The High Wizard nodded. Yes. It's a spell that was meant only to last for a short while, and then unravel.
Sounds like a cinnamon roll, I commented.
The High Wizard chuckled. This is rather a finer creation than a simple roll. It would take an extraordinary amount of talent to create a spell, much less contain it within an inanimate object. Tufts crossed her arms over her chest and glared at the wizard. Could you stop talking like I'm not even here? He bowed his head. My apologies. You seem to have quite the unusual spell over you. Unfortunately, I expect you will be not long with us. My pulse quickened. Orion stepped forward. I could see he was tense.
What's that supposed to? Tufts' eyes rolled back in her head.
Her knees buckled and she fell forward. Orion and I leapt toward her. We both caught her in our arms and lowered Tufts to the floor with her in my arms. In her own arms was tightly clasped the book. I looked into her pale face and gave her a shake. Tufts. Tufts, wake up. A hand settled on my shoulder. I looked up into the shrouded face of the High Wizard. His voice was soft and quiet. It's all right. She's merely sleeping.
Is this a side effect of the spell?
Orion guessed. The High Wizard nodded. It is. The spell uses her life force to cast itself. Considering the strength of the spell, she may be out for quite a while. Can she be moved? Orion asked him. The wizard chuckled. Of course. I will have a room prepared for her. High Wizard. Pinky protested.
Surely you're not going to allow them to remain here.
I intend to do just that, the High Wizard replied as he turned to the council. If there are any objections to helping one in need, please state them now. The men shifted from foot to foot and glanced at each other, but remained silent. Excellent. Guards, please escort our guests to a bedchamber where they may rest. The 3 guards pursed their lips but bowed their heads. One of them raised his wand. The tip glowed a bright white. The light illuminated Tufts' body. She levitated from my arms as straight as a board and stopped 3 feet off the floor. I stood and raised my hand.
Hold up, guys.
I grabbed the book and tugged. The tome stayed in her arms. I gave another tug and it still wouldn't budge. I glared at Tufts' arms. I think rigor mortis has set in. Orion reached around me and pulled the book from her arms. Her limbs fell to her sides, but the magic kept them against her body and off the floor. We were led from the council chamber and back up the winding steps to the ground floor. Our guides guided us upstairs to the 2nd floor, where we were shown to a small but comfortable room with a bed, nightstand, and dresser. The walls and furniture were hewn from the same roughly fashioned wood as the lodge. It was a Spartan decor, but clean and comfortable. The guards settled Tufts onto the bed and left us to our conspiracy theories. 12. Orion leaned against the wall near the head of the bed and folded his arms over his chest. He glanced over the room and shook his head. Never thought I'd be welcomed into one of these rooms. A small wood chair was placed against the exterior wall. I walked over and glanced out the single small window that looked out over the grounds. We were at the back of the building, and had a great view of some trees and the towering cliff wall. A small cave caught my attention, but there were more important matters to attend to. I pulled the chair over to Tufts' bed and took a seat. Her breathing was calm, and her face looked so peaceful. The corners of her lips turned up in a small smile. She was the picture of serenity. It was the complete opposite of how I felt toward Orion. I glanced up at him. Speaking of this place and the inmates, I've got a couple of questions for you. He grinned. Only a few? I frowned. First off, how'd those guys know Tuff's coat belonged to you? He tapped the side of his nose.
It's not the coat but the smell.
I arched an eyebrow. Come again. Wizards have a great sense of smell. It helps them concoct their potions, he explained. He nodded at Tuff's. I knew they'd smell me on that coat, or on you, and get you inside. That gave me the perfect cover to sneak inside, and follow you to see what would happen. I growled at him, and my lengthened claws twitched at my sides.
You set us up.
He held up his hands and nervously smiled. I didn't think they'd let us in if we just asked to see them, at least not without me giving up their remotes. Then give up the damn remotes next time, I snapped. I ran a hand through my hair and took a deep breath. Why the hell would you steal such a thing anyway? I thought you were supposed to be one of the good guys.
Let's just say the feud between us is the only touch of evil in me, he explained.
I rolled my eyes back to our unconscious kid. I wish I had more answers than questions with this girl, but at least here she'll be safe from death's errand boys. Orion glanced down at the girl and pursed his lips.
I think we need to take her to my mom.
She'll be safer there. I crossed my arms and frowned at him. How's your mom going to keep her safe from things that can pass through walls? He smiled.
She has her ways.
Like ways that are better than about 100 wizards? I pointed out. He sighed and pursed his lips. Did you happen to notice the tailed demon that was scurrying around that chamber room? I shook my head. No, I was too busy running through my list of how to kill certain werewolves who shall remain unnamed. Anyway, I didn't even know what I was looking for. A tailed demon is a mouse. My face fell. Seriously? He nodded. Yep. Wizards consider mice and rats to be familiars of black magic wielders. The sight of the rodents will send a white wizard running for the hills, or in this case the top of the table. I sighed and shook my head.
Well, there goes Fantasia and part of my childhood.
So what was special about this Mickey? It didn't smell or look like any mouse I'd seen, he explained. I arched an eyebrow.
Then what did it smell and look like?
Orion shook his head.
I don't know, but it smelled rotten and sweet at the same time.
Most mice smell ratty. And vice versa, I'm sure, I added. It was also more than one color, and not the typical ones you'd see in an alley, he continued. He leaned back and furrowed his brow. I caught a glimpse of red and blue. I rolled my eyes. All right, so even the mice in this place have bad fashion sense.
What does that mean?
It means that something penetrated these walls. Black magic something, he explained. I glanced at Orion. If there was a rotten rat in that room, then where did it go? He shook his head.
That's one answer I don't have.
I smelled it go under the table like the one guy said, but it just seemed to break apart. I raised an eyebrow. And crumble into cookie crumbs? He shrugged. Again, I can't understand it. I leaned back and furrowed my brow. So how come the Council of Wizarding Idiots didn't notice all of this? Orion snorted. They were too busy joining in the mass panic to notice, but I think the High Wizard might have. A knock on our door interrupted his sentence. Might I enter? Came the voice of the High Wizard himself. Orion's eyes flickered to me before he made his reply. Sure. Come on in. The door opened and the robed and hooded High Wizard stepped inside. He closed the door behind him and bowed to us. I'm sorry to intrude, but I feel this is most urgent. I don't believe you're safe here. I finished for him. The High Wizard chuckled. I see the unusual nature of the rodent intrusion didn't escape you.
But the mouse did, I added.
He nodded.
Yes, or rather, it reverted back to its previous form and was destroyed.
I arched an eyebrow. Come again. The High Wizard shook his head. I wish there was time to explain, but I fear the infiltration of the council chamber room is only the beginning. You must leave at once. This is one time I'll listen to you, Your Highness, Orion quipped as he stooped beside Tuff's bed. He scooped her into his arms and turned to the Grand High Lama and me.
But thanks for the help.
Whatever that black hole means. The High Wizard chuckled and bowed his head. I'm sure with your smart minds you will solve this mystery. I stood, and together Orion and I walked to the door. The High Wizard's voice called us back. Oh, and Orion? We paused and turned back to the High Wizard. Something silvery flew through the air toward us. I caught it in one hand and opened my palm. It was Orion's key. I held it up, so the High Wizard could see it.
What's this for?
He chuckled. It has been much quieter around here, since the TV remotes were stolen. I would like to keep it that way. Orion grinned and nodded.
Sure thing.
I pocketed the key, and we turned away and strode out into the hall.
That means you still owe me for getting us into this trouble, I reminded Orion.
One punishment at a time, he insisted as he readjusted Tuff's increased weight.
First we need to get to my mom's place.
Your car or mine? I wondered.
Yours.
Mine's still at the house, he told me. I raised an eyebrow.
How did you get here fast enough to become a guard?
And on that topic, how'd you get into that outfit with that wand? He grinned.
Let's just say I've had a lot of practice getting into their laundry room.
They really should lock that back door more securely. And you're getting here before us? I persisted. Orion shrugged. Just a matter of knowing a couple of shortcuts, having superhuman speed, and just being my normal, insanely talented self. My face fell, and I narrowed my eyes. You hitched a ride with someone, didn't you? Orion's shoulders fell.
Yeah.
I knew their white robes were due back from the cleaners today, so he gave me a lift. And he let you into the laundry room too, didn't he? Do you have to ruin all my mystique? Only when it smells like the Kansas City stockyard. And on the topic of bullshit, you weren't bullshitting about your mom being able to hand those messages, were you? Orion grinned.
You're not starting to care for this shrimp, are you?
I snorted and studied the heavy load in his arms.
This shrimp has some serious issues.
I know kids are supposed to grow up fast, but this is really taking the birthday cake. About a half dozen of them. Orion pursed his lips and nodded.
Yeah.
I've read about slow-releasing spells, but I've never seen one, and not one that would be this complicated. I arched an eyebrow. Are aging spells hard to pull off? He nodded. Very hard. It's an art every wizard and witch aspires to achieve, and few obtain. I glanced down at the book in my hands. Would it be considered a black or white spell?
That's one of the ones that falls into a gray area, he told me as we walked down the hall to the stairs. It really depends on how it's used.
I glanced around us as the wizards pressed themselves against the walls and glared at us.
So none of these guys could do it?
I doubt it, he replied. We walked downstairs and out the front doors. The guards gave us some farewell waves, but neglected to use 4 of their digits. A chilly wind blew over us, as Orion lay Tuffs over the back seat. The dark clouds over our heads hid the midday sun, and nearly made me forget it was almost noon. Orion took the driver's chair, I the passenger, and we pulled out of the parking lot. I opened the black arts book that lay on my lap, and glanced at the back of the front cover. My eyes widened, and I whipped my head up to Orion. You might want to take a look at this. I opened the book, and turned it so he could take a look, without giving the driving of the car over to Jesus. He frowned, as he read the handwritten inscription aloud. Gifted to the Apple Hollow Library, this 21st day of August 1831, by M. from her personal collection. His eyes flickered to me as he raised an eyebrow.
Mab.
I nodded. Who else would have something this weird to give to a library? Orion pursed his lips.
Troy maybe, or the High Wizard.
After that, the list gets pretty iffy pretty quick. I glanced over my shoulder at the sleeping beauty in the back. So here we have Tufts with her memory wiped, and a spell on her. Orion arched an eyebrow.
So, what are you getting at?
That Mab cursed Tufts. I sighed and shook my head.
I don't know.
I feel like we're missing parts of one of those puzzles, with the red cherry in the middle, and 1,000 white pieces surrounding it. Orion leaned forward and looked up at the sky. Speaking of white, I think it's going to snow soon. Something moved out of the corner of my eyes. I glanced in my side mirror.
How far is it to your mom's house?
A few miles. Why? I nodded at the reflection. Because Tufts' biggest fans are wanting more than her autograph. Orion looked into his mirror and frowned. We had 6 death's messengers 1/2 mile on our tail, and they were gaining. 13.
Hold on.
Orion yelled. He slammed on the brakes. We fishtailed and skidded to a stop some 50 yards down the road. You wanted the other pedal. I snapped at him. He shook his head as he fumbled inside the wizard cloak. We can't outrun them. They're too fast. Aha. Orion pulled out his small leather bag with the silver dust and grabbed my hand. He poured a little bit into my palm and clasped my fingers around the dust. Don't throw it until you see the whites of their eyes.
Now stay here, I'll be right back.
He opened his door and stepped out. I leaned across his seat and glared at him. They don't have any white in their eyes.
Then toss it when you think you've got a good shot, he called back as the wind picked up around him.
The swirling breeze swept the fluffy snow off the hard, crusty surface and flung it around the car. The whiteness couldn't blot out the pitch-black clothing of the ghastly groupies, as they floated around Orion and the car. Their red eyes affixed to the sleeping young woman in the back of the car. Shit! I muttered as I unbuckled my seatbelt and climbed through the cramped space between the front seats. My hips needed a little convincing, but I got through and hung over Tufts. I shook my silver-filled fist at them. Come and get a taste of your own medicine. It's not a good idea to antagonize Death's servants, Orion scolded me as he slipped to the rear of the car. The death shroud-covered creatures of darkness must have taken my words personally. They let loose a choir of screeches that sounded like claws on chalkboard, and flew around the car in a clockwise maneuver. They took a page out of Hitler's playbook as they made a blitzkrieg on the car, flinging themselves at the rear like their jobs depended on it. Orion crammed his hand into the leather pouch and flung a bunch of the silver over the road. Unfortunately, that's the only thing he hit as the messengers flew out of range of the death sparkles. They hissed and extended their pale clawed hands. The tips of their sharp fingers clicked together like claws on a linoleum floor. The creatures came together and lined up in single file before they made another go at their attack. Orion hit the first one with the silver. The creature screamed and flew away. The second one got a dose of the metal, but the last 4 were too fast for Orion. They swooped in and slashed their claws over his face and body. He flung up his arm to block their blows, but that didn't stop their coming. Orion! I screamed as I watched his clothes get sliced and diced. Large gashes opened in his arm and blood spilled from the deep wounds. He staggered back as the creatures flew away. Their injured brethren returned to be the first in line for their next attack. Orion spun around and leapt into the car. He slammed his foot on the gas before he got his door shut. The wheels spun in fast, creating smoke-inducing circles for a few seconds before the car found traction and flew down the road. I grabbed the oh shit handle above the rear passenger door and whipped my head to him.
I thought you said they were too fast.
He shifted his injured arm and grimaced.
I didn't expect them to kill themselves to get at her.
With that kind of determination, we'll have a better chance with speed. I glanced over my shoulder and shook my head. No, we won't. The messengers had broken into 3 squadrons, with 2 apiece in each group. A group each took the sides, and one handled the rear of the car as they flew up to us. The country road on which we drove was surrounded on either side with mountains of snow. Those piles eliminated the shoulder, and occasionally slid into the white lines that marked the edge of the lanes. This gave the feel of a tunnel effect for us, especially when the messengers floated up on either side of the car with their pansy cloaks billowing around us. Bogies at all hours, I yelled.
Hold on to something,
Orion shouted. I am whole holy shit. Orion spun the wheel, and the car pulled a dozen illegal U-turns. The rear fender hit one of the creatures. It screamed and flew away with its butt smoking. Orion stuck his arm out the window, and opened his palm. The wind caught a cloud of silver dust and spread it around us. The rest of our tagalongs were doused with the stuff and ran screaming away. Kind of like how I was screaming at that moment. Are you trying to get us killed? I screamed at him. I was on the back floor with my arms draped over Tufts. Orion righted the car so we faced down the road, and slammed on the gas again. We jumped forward, but the straight direction was better for my stomach. He leaned against his seat and breathed deep.
Damn, it's been a long time since I did that.
I fell back on my legs and arched an eyebrow at him. How did you survive your childhood? He shrugged.
I don't know.
You'll have to ask my mom when you meet her. I glanced at the rear window. You mean if we meet her? Orion shook his head. They're gone for now. It'll take a while for those things to lick their wounds and come back for another try. I cast my sights over the unconscious girl. A loose strand of hair fell over her face. I brushed it away and pursed my lips. Orion glanced over his shoulder at us. How is she?
She's still not awake.
Then we can give Sleeping Beauty a comfortable bed until she wakes up. We drove for another 15 minutes before Orion slowed and turned onto a bumpy dirt road. A plow had come through, and judging by the tire tracks, it had been attached to a tractor. A mess at the top of the driveway indicated some trouble, particularly when I noticed a spot where a front tire had sunk into the soft snow of the ditch. Orion shook his head.
Mom was never good at driving that tractor.
I grasped the back of the front seats and leaned forward between them. So if your mom's still around, then where's your dad? Orion pursed his lips and shook his head.
He passed away when I was a kid.
My face fell. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it, he interrupted as he flashed me his grin.
Mom took good care of me.
Without her, I wouldn't be the man I am today. I snorted and glanced ahead at the road.
Then I've got some complaints for her.
I glimpsed a small 2-floor old farmhouse at the end of the straight driveway. A gables red barn stood to the left, and across a small barnyard from the house. The telltale tractor, which snow up to its cab, sat in front of the large double doors. A pack of large dogs raced out of the ajar door as we drove up to the house. The leader was brown with patches of orange. The creatures stopped a half-dozen yards short of the car and barked their heads off at us. Some of them circled the vehicle and growled at my door. Orion stepped out of the car and smiled at the ringleader. Hey, Mom. I blinked at the small creature for a moment before I turned my attention to Orion. Your mom's dog is called. The dog stood on its back legs and transformed into a leotard-wearing woman of 50, Mom. The woman smiled. I recognized that coy grin anywhere. She also had his unruly hair and near-perfect figure. The big differences I saw were her short stature and how her hands were covered in scars. I'm sorry about that, she apologized. Sometimes I get so excited about visitors that I just can't help myself, and my babies just have to help me. She looked around at all her yapping children and clapped her hands.
All right, that's enough.
Back to the barn. The dogs stopped their barking and trotted into the barn. Orion shook his head as he opened the rear driver door.
Where do you keep finding those mutts?
She shrugged.
Oh, drop-offs and hand-me-downs.
She folded her arms and studied her son. They come around more often than a certain someone I know. Orion pulled Tufts out of the car and settled her into his arms. You'd better get inside before you catch cold in that get-up. His mom put her hands on her hips and scowled at him.
I'll have you know the patent is just about ready for this get-up, as you call it.
Soon everyone in town will be wearing one. I glanced at Orion.
Your mom's a dog.
He grinned at me. Come on. You've seen stranger things than that here. I pointed a finger at him.
Yeah, but you're a werewolf.
His mother sighed and shook her head. Every day I wonder what the tree was thinking, when they have him the ability to grow taller than his mother. I'm always taller than you, he reminded her as he walked toward the house.
Now, do you mind if we go inside?
We've got a small problem here. It looks rather large, his mom commented as she and I followed him up the short porch and into the house.
It was smaller an hour ago, I assured her.
Orion's mom stopped in her tracks and grabbed my arm. She leaned forward and sniffed the air around me, as Orion proceeded up a flight of narrow stairs that stood against the wall to the left.
Should I have worn perfume?
I asked her. She arched an eyebrow. Only if you had wanted to hide my son's scent. He's all over you. In more ways than one. I muttered. She leaned closer to me and squinted her eyes. You must be the one he told me about. Bunny Lion, was it? Trixie Lyal, I corrected her. She smiled and released me. Of course. You're that nice young lady who's been helping so many of us around here. I gave her a shaky smile. I aim to please, I told her even as I aimed my footsteps for the stairs. Anyway, I really should be getting.
We should let her sleep, Orion's voice spoke up.
I heard his footsteps before he appeared down the steps to rejoin us in the small entrance area. If there was a problem with her magic, the High Wizard would have told us. Are you bothering those poor men again? His mom spoke up as she scowled at him. Orion nervously smiled and held up his hands.
It's not what you think, Mom.
We were trying to ask them some questions and… You know they don't like you coming around there, not since you stole their sacrifice that one year, she scolded him. Orion dropped his hands and rolled his eyes.
That was 15 years ago, Mom, and besides Bill was in on it too.
She wagged a finger at him. Don't go blaming Bill for the trouble you get yourself into. He turned into a fine young man, and here you are bothering a group of old men who just want to be left alone. I folded my arms across my chest and grinned. I'm starting to like her. His mom gestured to me.
And what's this about?
Why didn't you tell me you were dating again? I raised an eyebrow and flickered my eyes to Orion. Have you started a fan club for all the girls you've dated? Orion shook his head.
It's nothing like that, I swear. Not in this house, young man, his mom warned him.
She wrapped her arm around me and turned me toward the rear of the house.
Why don't I get us a cup of warm cocoa and show you some baby pictures of Orion?
I glanced over my shoulder and grinned at him.
Sounds great. Mom.
14. I was treated to cookies, a warm drink with a little nog, and a lot of Orion's humiliation. She plopped a tome down on the kitchen table in the cozy wood stove warmed room, and smiled down at me. Feel free to look as much as you want. He was just adorable when he was a baby, and his bottom was just too cute. Mom, please don't do this to me, Orion pleaded as he took a seat at the small breakfast table. I opened the book and snorted. The first page had one picture in the center. It was of Orion as a baby. He lay on his stomach on a bear rug, and was as naked as the day he was born. I grinned at him as he sat across from me. You were so cute as a baby. What happened?
He got stubborn, that's what. His mom spoke up as she placed warm mugs in front of both of us.
She set a hand on his shoulder and sighed at him.
He's so much like his father, but without the courage to settle down and have a family.
Orion cringed. We've been through this before, Mom, she held up a hand. I know, but I'd still like some grandchildren before I grow too old to teach them to hunt, she replied. Orion grinned and patted her hand.
I don't think you'll ever get that old, Mom.
She smiled and turned her attention to me.
And what about you, Miss Lyal?
I choked on some cocoa and glanced from mother to son. The son had a sly look on his face that I didn't like.
What about me?
Are you thinking about settling down? She wondered. I never really thought about it much, Mrs. Huntley, I admitted. She shook her head. Please call me Abby, and I'm sure it's just because you haven't found the right man yet. She slipped behind Orion and put her hands on his shoulders.
Now I know my little Johnny isn't.
Mom. The best in the valley, but he.
Mom.
Does have steady employment and.
Mom.
Abby glanced down at her red-cheeked son.
There's no need to shout, Johnny.
I'm right here. We didn't come here so you could play matchmaker, he told her. She sighed and let her hands slip from his shoulders.
I thought as much, but maybe
Death's messengers. She frowned.
What about them?
He nodded his head at the ceiling. That girl I took upstairs has a bunch of them on her tail. She needs a safe place to stay until we find out who performed the curse. Abby arched an eyebrow.
Why not the Wizard Lodge?
Orion shook his head.
It's already had some trouble with mice, so we thought we'd bring her here.
Abby furrowed her brow.
I didn't recognize the girl.
What about her parents? Doesn't she have any family?
She doesn't even have her memory, I spoke up.
Abby pursed her lips.
The poor dear.
I'll try to make her as comfortable as I can, but how are you going to find her enemy, if she doesn't know who it is?
Let's just say you might be holding her for a while, he warned her.
His mom took a seat at the table and shook her head.
What trouble you get into, Johnny?
And here I was just talking to Widow Snoopy about your taking a job for the police, over the early ship appearance. My eyes flickered to Orion. Speaking of that, doesn't that thing only appear for 3 nights before it goes back to its regularly scheduled program? He nodded.
That's its usual appearance schedule, but it might stay here longer.
Abby shook her head.
You shouldn't hope for the best.
It's not good practice. Orion sighed. Mom, we could really use fewer old sayings and more info on how to get onto that thing. Abby furrowed her brow and tapped her chin. Actually, I do have a story about that. It was from when I was a girl, and involved someone getting onto the ship. Orion and I both whipped our heads to her. You do? Her son asked his mom. She nodded. Of course. You think I haven't lived her most of my life, and don't know a thing or two about the ship? But nobody else seems to know much about it, Orion pointed out. She sighed and shook her head.
That's the problem with folks these days.
They leave all the knowing to others, and wrap themselves in narrower and narrower worlds.
What's this story?
I asked her. She waved her hand. Maybe I'm making a big deal out of this, but the boys used to dare each other to go out on the ice and try to climb the walls of that old ship. That was before they outlawed anyone going down to the park to watch the ghostly galleon. Anyway, there was a group of boys about 10 years older than me. At that time my parents had already passed away, so I lived in town with Aunt Snoopy.
Aunt Snoopy?
I interrupted. Abby nodded. Of course. Didn't Johnny tell you? That's how he was able to get the house so cheap. It was such a mess and… You were talking about the ship, Mom, he reminded her.
Oh yes.
Well, this group of boys, there were 4 of them, dared each other to go out there and try to climb the side of the ship. One of them actually accepted their challenge. He was always the most foolish of the lot. Well, the second night came and at midnight them and a group of us girls waited for the ship. The boy climbed out onto the river as far as the ice would let him, and waited. I remember it was at the stroke of midnight. That ship is always precise that the fog came and the ship came from the fog. The boy raced across the floating beds of ice. He was a were-tiger, you know, and managed to jump from one of the floating ice blocks onto the side of the ship. His claws dug in so hard we could hear the timbers snap. Well, he climbed up the steep side to the railing, and was halfway over when we heard him scream. "Did you see anything?" I wondered. She shook her head.
"Nothing, but the fog is always thick on the deck."
Anyway, he screamed and fell into the water. Some adults were there watching him, and managed to drag him out with rope, and one of them swimming to him. When they asked him what happened, he couldn't remember.
"That's it?"
Orion asked her. Abby nodded.
"That's it."
Well, except for him being in the hospital for a few weeks with hypothermia. Well, that and the punishment. She shook her head. Those 3 boys were grounded for months after that, and that law was put in place soon after to keep some other fool from trying it. I furrowed my brow. You said there were 4 boys. Why did only 3 get punished? She leaned back in her chair and pursed her lips.
That's the strangest thing.
All 4 of them promised to meet at the park that night, but only 3 of them showed up. The missing boy was an orphan like some kids are around here, so after they couldn't find him for a week, he was marked down as a runaway. Some folks tried to say he left because he was afraid to face his friends, or that it was a coincidence he disappeared that night. I glanced at Orion. You know how I feel about coincidences. He pursed his lips and nodded.
Yeah, but do you really think he got on the ship?
I shrugged. I don't know, but it sounds like there's a way to do that by climbing the side. Abby frowned, and looked from Orion to me. You 2 aren't seriously considering such a dangerous, illegal stunt, are you? Orion grinned. If I know that rule, I know they worded it so it's only illegal to approach a ship that appears every 33 years. Being early means it doesn't apply. Abby wagged her finger at him.
That doesn't stop the dangerous part, and you know that, young man.
But danger can't stop me from doing my job, and that's to give Bill a hand, Orion argued. By getting yourself killed, she countered. Orion leaned back and frowned at his mom.
What would you have me do then?
Just give up and come back to the farm, is that it? She nodded.
That would be a lot better than running around making enemies and trying to get yourself killed.
Orion pushed his chair back and stood. Then you can keep dreaming because that isn't happening. I've got my own life to live, and if you don't approve then tough. He stalked out of the kitchen, and I heard his footsteps go up every step. Abby ran a hand through her hair and frowned.
What a stubborn, stupid little boy.
I pursed my lips and rose from my chair. Maybe, but he's good at what he does, and what he does is what this town needs right now. Abby narrowed her eyes and turned her face away from me. I left the room and went upstairs. It took a couple of tries to find the bedroom, occupied by Orion and Tufts. It was Orion's old bedroom complete with darker red cover on the bed, a couple of baseball posters on the walls, and a few random stamps eternally stuck to the closet door. Orion himself sat on the carpeted floor with his back against the low bed. Tufts lay atop the covers, her face a picture of serenity her character would never achieve. Orion's face was a picture of anger, with a touch of the frustrated scream thrown in for good measure. I walked over and took a seat beside him. He turned his face away from me. I leaned forward to catch his eye. You okay? He scowled at the window to our right. Damn her. I wish she wasn't so pushy about what I did. I pushed my shoulder into his and smiled at him. Moms annoy their kids.
That's what they do.
I laughed.
I think my mom makes a challenge of it.
If she'd had her way, I would never have ended up here. Orion glanced at me and raised an eyebrow.
Your mom's still alive?
I nodded.
Yeah, my dad, but they're divorced.
He stared straight ahead and sighed. Do they have to be so good at annoying us?
They've had our lifetime to practice, I pointed out.
He snorted and leaned back against the bed.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Anyway, we can't do much about it until Tufts wakes up or we get killed on that ship. So is your plan really to try to climb aboard? I asked him. He shrugged.
It's all I've got.
I ran a hand through my hair and sighed. For once I'm out of ideas too. I raised one hand and watched it transform into a furry clawed glove. Good thing I've been practicing. Orion checked his watch. You've got a lot more time to do it too. We leave an hour before midnight. It was a long day, but eventually 11 o'clock at night came, and we stepped out of the house. The cold, crisp night beneath the cloudy sky was dark. I expected the door to click shut behind us, but it didn't. I turned around to see had Abby slipped out behind us. Orion didn't look at her as he walked forward to the car. Abby grasped my shoulder and stopped me from following. Her eyes looked into mine as I felt her hand shiver, and it wasn't from the cold.
Please take care of him.
He's a naughty boy, but he's all I have. I smiled at her and nodded.
No problem.
She returned my smile with a small one of hers. It will be, but I believe you'll try your best, and for that I thank you. Come on, Trix. Those cereal boxes aren't going to eat themselves, Orion called from the car. Abby released my shoulder and wrapped her arms around herself. Good luck and keep yourself safe. I gave her a thumbs up and scurried down the short flight of steps to the car. Unfortunately, I didn't feel as energetic as my thumb. She left me with quite the dilemma. I either had to protect myself or Orion. Not an easy task, as I was soon to find out. 15. We puttered our way through the pitch-black night and into the deserted but lit town. An eerie calm had settled over the neighborhoods. Everyone waited for the return of the time-challenged ship with its tag-along fog. Orion parked us at the parking lot, and we stepped out. A light mist floated over the creeping river. Large icebergs floated down its icy waters. The ice along either side of the shore stretched a third of the distance across the river, meaning there was a third of it in open, freezing cold water. The remains of a few of the ice sculptors stuck out of the ice and water.
We should probably leave our phones in the car, Orion suggested.
I grimaced but nodded.
Yeah, but way to jinx us.
A few cracked giraffes and broken elephants stared at us as we slipped our way down the slope to the edge of the beach. A cool, brief breeze blew over us and made me wrap my arms around myself. The wind left, and the place was completely quiet. I looked up and down the river. So we just wait, or do we have time to appropriate some snowmobiles and rope for this excursion? He glanced over the icy waters.
We'll get as close to the open water as we can, and try to jump aboard like that kid did.
Fortunately, the ship isn't that fast, so we'll have maybe 2 chances to latch onto the side. Has anyone ever tried to wrangle this thing with magic? I wondered. He nodded. Yeah, the second night of the second time it appeared. A few of the wizards and witches knitted their magic together and created a net across the river that hung off the remains of the bridge. He pointed at the 2 large towering concrete support pillars. When the ship touched the net, the whole thing blew up like a bomb exploded. And thus ended the bridge, I finished for him. He checked his watch. Yeah, and any other attempts at trying to capture it. I leaned toward his wrist. How long do we have until our own demise? Orion lowered his arm and looked out across the ice. 5 minutes. We should probably get into position. I followed his gaze and winced. You know, I've never been a very good ice skater. Orion grabbed my hand and tugged me onto the ice. Then now is the perfect time to learn. I yelped and grabbed his hand. My legs locked, and I found myself being towed across the ice.
Not so fast.
Snails can't catch us. Orion glanced over his shoulder and grinned.
What's that?
You want to go faster? I glared at him.
I said Orion. He had picked up speed.
We flew across the ice, he with the agility of a swan and me with the balance of a lame duck. My stiff legs parted and came together in one failed attempt after another to do the splits. We reached the edge of the ice, and I slid into Orion's back where I clutched onto his coat. "I'll get you for that," I warned him through gritted teeth. He looked to our right, which was downstream. "Later. Right now we have a ship to catch." I glanced downriver, and saw a large familiar fog bank rise from the water and banks. The wall of white floated to within 50 yards of us and stopped. The bow of the ship burst from the fog and cut through the swift current. Its sails billowed against an unfelt wind, as its ancient wood groaned beneath its own weight. The scent of sea-ocean air hit my nostrils and made them tingle. "I gotta give them credit, they know how to make an entrance," I commented.
"We have to get closer," Orion told me.
I blinked at him. "Come again." He nodded at the incoming vessel.
"We're too far.
Even I can't jump to the side from here." I looked at the gap between the edge of the ice and where the vessel would pass us. It was a wet void with patches of floating ice. One false move and I'd be an ex-reporter. I shook my head and stepped back. "Oh hell no. I'm not Orion." He had swept me into his arms.
"You're not going, but we are," he corrected me.
His shoes burst open as his feet extended into the long form of his wolf feet. Fur covered his toes, but his toe claws extended the fuzz and sank into the ice. He dug his toes into the chilly ground and pushed off. His claws allowed him traction his pads couldn't provide, as he leapt off the edge of the ice. The jagged edges broke off a split second after we became airborne. "Orion?" I yelped as I clung tight to his neck. We landed neatly on a floating chunk of ice. The iceberg dipped and tilted beneath our weight. Orion leapt from the block of ice before it flipped over on us. We hopped from iceberg to iceberg, staying one step ahead of the sinking, tipping, flipping and cracking blocks. The ship came hard upon us, its flapping masts and creaking wood a noisy accompaniment to Orion's claws on ice music. All of our landings was punctuated by my involuntary yelps, so between the three of us there was music enough to fill a concert hall. "Get ready to grab the side of the ship," Orion shouted at me. I winced and frantically transformed my hands into their clawed states. Orion reached the center of the river, just as the ship barreled down on us. He threw me at the side, before he followed with a long leap. I hit the hardwood hard and had the breath knocked out of me, but I slammed my hands into the creaking rotten boards. My claws stuck but my snow boots couldn't find a hold, so I found myself dangling from my hands. Orion slammed into the wall 2 feet away from me. He was able to dig in with both his hands and feet.
"You okay?" he called to me. "Just Andy,"
I growled. He pointed at a black spot some 5 feet to my left.
"That must be what the wizard saw."
I followed his finger, and saw a 3-foot in diameter circle of swirling blackness.
"Toss something into it," I suggested.
Orion pulled a small stick from his coat, and tossed it into the vortex. The stick was swallowed by the blackness. We waited. I looked back to him.
"I don't think it's coming back."
He shook his head. "Neither do I." Orion glanced up. I risked a look myself. 10 feet above us was the deck, and the bottom of the 3-foot-tall railing. A rotten rope dangled over the side, and within 5 feet of us, no doubt left by a careless member of the invisible skeleton crew.
"We have to jump to that rope," he told me.
I whipped my head to him. "Do I look like I have a stunt double?" "Do you want to climb 10 feet or jump 5?" he pointed out. I pursed my lips and glanced over my shoulder at the waters beneath us. The blue, freezing river floated past with its iceberg passengers, and the occasional piece of trash. I sighed.
"All right, but I get to go first."
"If I fall, you can try for the rope, and memorialize me with it." "If you fall, I'll catch you," he assured me. I took a deep breath, and focused on my feet. Cold air broke into my boots as the seams broke open to make room for my Sasquatch feet. I slammed my clawed toes into the wood, and wiggled my hands from the boards above me. "Here goes nothing," I mumbled. I leaned down and leapt up. My claws came unstuck, and I was propelled upward toward the rope. What I didn't count on was the velocity of the ship as it sped upriver. My hands flailed for the rope, but it was 5 feet in front of me and moving quickly away. I also overdid it on the jump up, and ended up with my head even with the deck. Gravity tried to bring me back to reality. I scrambled for something to grab hold of, and caught the edge of the deck. My fingernails left little shavings as my body weight slowly pulled me down. "A little help here," I yelped. Orion was behind me, a half-second later. He wrapped one arm around me and pressed his body and mine against the side of the ship. His grinning face looked down at me with twinkling eyes. "You had to be an overachiever this once, didn't you? Could we talk about this somewhere else?" I growled. He looked up at the deck.
"We'll drop anchor on the deck and take a look around. Let's just hope scurvy isn't catching," I added, as he slowly pulled both of us through the bottom of the railing and onto the deck.
I was glad when my belly lay against the rotten wood of the vast deck. Orion was beside me, and sat up.
This search could take a while.
I grabbed some air, and also sat up. The deck stretched from the bow to the captain's quarters at the rear, for a length of some 150 feet. Cargo hold hatches, the 3 masts, tangles of wrapped rope and dozens of barrels littered the deck.
"This would not pass a government inspection," I commented.
Orion climbed to his feet and furrowed his brow.
"I wonder what that kid saw that scared the memory out of him."
I glared at him. "Don't jinx." The face of Zombie flashed in front of mine like a blinking light. Its rotten, hollow eye sockets were illuminated by an unnatural bluish light that sank into my soul and filled me with dread. I screamed and scrambled backward until my back hit the railing. The rotten wood broke beneath my weight, and I fell overboard. The deck fell away, and the side of the vessel flew past me. Orion appeared over the deck in a swift leap, before he pointed straight down at me. I glanced over my shoulder a split second before my back hit the ice-cold river. The freezing water enveloped me in its heavy chill that sank into my clothes and bones. The surface sank away from me, as darkness enveloped my surroundings. Bubbles escaped my mouth, as I twisted around and tried to get my bearings in the darkness. The surface above me, or was it below me, was broken as Orion's swan dived in after me. He was mostly transformed, and his golden eyes zeroed in on me. His powerful arms reached me in a few strokes. He wrapped one arm around my waist and kicked downward, which actually turned out to be upward. We reached the surface and he spun me around so up was up and down was down. I coughed up a bucketful of water, as he swam up to solid surface. We reached the edge of the ice where he flung us both over the chilled top. I glanced over my shoulder. The ship sailed into the fog mist and disappeared. 2 nights down, 1 more to go, but first I had to thaw.
You okay?"
Orion gasped. I spit out another cup of water and nodded. "Why, yeah." He climbed onto the ice and pulled me out. I shivered, and pressed myself against his warmer body. "Come on. Let's go home." 16. Orion helped me to the car and started the engine. I pointed the heater vents at me, and soaked in the hot air as my clothes dripped freezing water onto the seats and floor. We backed out of the parking lot and drove down the road. I slumped down in my seat and groaned. "Remind me to take more swimming lessons, but after the ice has thawed." Orion glanced at me.
"What made you scream and back up like that?"
I frowned at him.
"What do you mean, what made me back up?"
"Didn't you see that ugly thing?" He shook his head.
"I didn't see anything."
"You just screamed and backed up." I shuddered and wrapped my arms around me.
There was this zombie face inches from mine.
It had these glowing orbs instead of eyes, and there was just something about them that made me want to run away. Orion pursed his lips.
"That must have been what that boy saw when Mom was young."
I furrowed my brow. There seems to be a lot of amnesia going around, and it all happens when that ship shows up. A small smile slipped onto Orion's lips. Could it be? Don't you say it's a coincidence, I snapped. He shrugged.
I'm just saying.
Apple Hollow can be a pretty traumatizing place to live in. Another cold chill swept through me. My goosebumps evolved into albatross pimples.
Tell me about it.
I'll be lucky if I'm not traumatized into pneumonia.
At least we know we can get on board, he pointed out.
I glared at him. Believe me, that isn't a good way to get aboard. He frowned. Because of that face you saw? Because I know I'll see that face again if we get on that way, I corrected him. Orion raised an eyebrow.
How do you know that?
I stared at the dashboard and shrugged.
I don't know.
I just know that's what's going to happen, so we can't go that way.
All right, we won't go that way.
He pursed his lips and shook his head. At leave, we have 23 hours to think of another way in. I slid down my seat and closed my eyes.
I plan on sleeping most of that away,
I murmured. We reached home a few minutes later. I climbed out of the car into the frosty weather and slammed my door shut. Orion creaked out of his seat the same way, and I saw him grimace.
Should we call it a day or a year?
I asked him. Both, he suggested. He glanced past me and his face fell.
But it's not over yet.
My goodness. I spun around to face the house next door. Though it was close to 1 a.m, the lights were on, and the shriveled form of Widow Snoopy hurried across the joined lawns toward us. Behind her straggled her new housemate Mel.
What in the world happened to you? She asked us.
I glared at her.
None of your.
We were going for a walk, Orion spoke up as he scurried around the car. He stretched his arm over my shoulders and smiled at his aunt.
You know, for exercise.
She arched an eyebrow. In the river? Orion's smile grew strained. We ran into a deep ditch of wet snow, but there's nothing to worry about. Anyway, what are you doing up at this hour, Auntie? She straightened and smiled. I was waiting for a special young man to come back from his own nightly walk. You two might learn a thing or two from him about staying out of ditches. She grasped Mel's arms and pulled him so he stood in the middle of our little group. You have met my handsome new boarder, haven't you? Mel smiled and bowed his head to us.
It's nice to see you again.
I nodded.
Yeah, we met.
Snoopy patted him on the shoulders.
He's such a nice young man, but he does keep strange hours.
Sleeping all day and up.
Where's Tufts?
Mel interrupted her. He glanced at our legs.
She is well, isn't she? She's away right now.
I had jabbed my elbow into Orion's gut.
She's already in the house fast asleep, I finished for him.
Mel smiled and nodded. I see. Well, it is pretty late. I grabbed Orion's shoulders and pushed him toward the house.
Yeah, we should be getting to bed too.
We'll be seeing you. I shoved Orion into the house, where he spun around and rubbed his ribs.
What was that for?
If you can't tell the full truth, then a whole lie is better, I scolded him as I pulled off my coat. So was that for Snoopy's benefit or his, he wondered. Both, I replied as I tossed the coat into the closet. Orion pulled off his coat and winced. We need a better form of communication than you jabbing me in the gut.
It's effective, isn't it?
I pointed out as I spread myself on the couch. Every muscle in me felt stretched to the snapping point, and all my bones must have been broken, they just didn't know it yet. I lay my arm over my shut eyes and groaned. I'm too old for this shit.
That's a question I've been meaning to ask you, Orion commented as he plopped his cute rear on the cushion beneath my feet.
I opened my eyes a crack and frowned at him.
That's the last question I want to answer right now.
Orion was saved from my wrath by a bell, or rather his phone's ringing. He fumbled to pull it out of his pocket.
Throw it in the river or tell them we're dead, I suggested.
He glanced at the screen and frowned. It's my mom. He pressed a button and answered it. A chorus of barking dogs floated to my ears.
Yeah, Mom.
Orion wondered. My pulse quickened as his face darkened. He pursed his lips and nodded.
That's okay.
We'll be there as soon as we can. Yeah. Oh, and thanks, Mom. He rolled his eyes.
Yeah, this is your son.
I'll be up there in a bit. Bye. He hung up and turned to me.
It seems tough spiritual guardians are back.
Death's messengers? I guessed. He nodded. Yeah. They can't get into the house, but they're making a racket trying to find a crack in the basement. Mom's not too worried, but she'd feel better if we would drive them off for her. She doesn't think she can get out to deal with them, without letting one of them inside. I sighed and maneuvered my legs so I could sit up. All right, but first we change our clothes. Unless these things can catch their death of cold from us, that is. He shook his head.
Nope.
I eased myself onto my feet.
Then we change and try to speed dry my coat.
It's the only one I've got. We changed while my coat went through a quick dry in the dryer. In 10 minutes, we stepped out onto the porch. I glanced at Aunt Snoopy's house. The lights were all off, but I swore I felt someone watching us as we got into the car. Orion pulled us out of the driveway and onto the road. A short snowy drive awaited us as I watched the white world fly by. My stomach grumbled, reminding me that I hadn't eaten that well. I reached into my pocket and fumbled for that cookie Mel gave to me. It would be soggy, but that was better than nothing. My fingers came up empty. I looked to Orion. Did you see if I dropped that cookie Mel gave me? He frowned and shook his head. No, why do? He stiffened and his eyes widened. My eyebrows crashed down.
I don't like that look.
That look means complications. Orion pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes. Do you remember the episode in the council room? I snorted.
How could I forget?
It was probably the fastest most of those guys have moved in a century. The wizards lifted the tablecloth where the mouse was hidden, and only found crumbs, he reminded me. I frowned at him and tapped my finger against my jeans. Will you get to your point? My point is you were probably right about the bad feeling from Mel, he revealed. I arched an eyebrow. A guy admitting a girl was right? Are you sure you're not suffering from pneumonia already? Orion shook his head.
No, but it's the only way that makes sense.
How does it make sense that a cookie from a guy we barely know changes into a mouse and change back? I asked him. A black sorcerer could, Orion pointed out as we passed the lit entrance to the junkyard. He could enchant a cookie to change into a familiar, especially a mouse, and have it be his eyes and ears. He messed up when someone saw the mouse and it was destroyed. I folded my arms and furrowed my brow. You're missing one very important point.
What? What's his motivation?
Why would he want to play a prank like that on us? Orion pursed his lips and shook his head. I don't know, but I know you're going to agree with me that his coming around the time the ship came isn't a coincidence, I finished for him. I sighed and pinched the bridge of my nose. Can this get any weirder? Orion glanced in the rear view mirror. A dark expression crossed his face.
I think it can.
Do we have robed company? I guessed, as I twisted around in my seat for a good view through the back window. Turns out I was wrong. A huge fog bank hid the road behind us. That wasn't unusual, but what was unusual was the wall of white was moving with us. It kept a perfect distance of 30 feet between itself and the bumper of the car. A scent of sea salt air invaded my nostrils like it had along the river. I turned my head to Orion. I'm going to regret asking this, but how much danger can a fog bank be? His eyes flickered to the mirror, and he pursed his lips. That much. I whipped my head around, and was in time to watch a pack of astral hounds escape from the fog. Their muscular bodies were a bluish color, and illuminated by an unholy white light. Their eyes were a deep red that glowed like the pits of hell. They flew 2 feet above the ground, and dashed down the road at a speed that would make a cheetah jealous. The leader, a large mastiff-like dog the size of a small mountain lion, lifted its head and let loose a long, loud, echoing howl. That got the other ones going, so the sound reverberated through the car. I winced and glanced at Orion. "You don't happen to have any hellhound bee gone in that coat of yours, do you?" He gave me his sly smile and shook his head. "Nope. Left it in my other coat." I looked back at our followers. They were gaining. "I can't tell if you're joking, but I wish you'd take this more seriously." He shrugged.
"There's nothing to worry about."
I stared at him with an arched eyebrow and pointed at the rear window. The hounds were close enough, they fogged the glass with their breath.
"That's nothing to worry about."
One of the dogs sidled up to the car and scratched its sharp claws down the rear passenger door. Orion winced. "Okay, maybe we need to worry about the paint job." I lunged for the wheel. "We need evasive maneuvers. Now." 17. I latched onto the wheel, even as Orion tried to shove his shoulder in my path. "I've got this," he assured me. One of the rear windows broke out. A hellhound stuck its head through the shattered glass and snarled at us. Orion sheepishly smiled at me as I glared at him.
"I'll have this when we get to my mom's house."
"Then you'd better figure out a plan B because we just passed the driveway," I informed him. He grinned. "My plan is to do this." Orion jerked the wheel to the left. The wheels of the car lost their traction, and we spun around in like a top across the snowy road. I was flung backward against my car door, and the hellhounds dodged the car and scattered. Orion grabbed the parking brake and put it on. The car skidded to a stop, facing the opposite direction. The fog bank engulfed the vehicle and us. I heard gnashing of teeth and looked out the window. The leader of the hellhounds snarled at me. Its large nose fogged up my window. "Your owner better be willing to pay damages," I warned it. Orion punched on the gas and the car flew forward. We broke from the fog bank, and I looked over my shoulder. The depth of the wall of white was only about 10 feet. The hellhounds broke through and charged after us. Orion turned sharply onto the plowed driveway. The side of the car slammed into the mountain of snow along one edge, but we kept going. Hard claws scraped the top of the trunk. I glanced back in time to watch one of the hounds climb into the rear seat. I leapt at Orion and fumbled in his coat. The car swerved left and right, slamming off the snow piles like a disoriented pinball. The front windshield cracked, and cold air blew through the car from the front to the back. "Stop that." "I'm ticklish," he yelped. I got hold of the bag of silver, grabbed a handful and raised my hand as I looked over my shoulder at the hound. The dog's eyes widened as I held up my fist and grinned. "Here's a treat for you, doggy." I opened my palm. The chill wind blew the little bit of silver into the face of the hound. Its translucent flesh caught fire. The dog bounced and leapt everywhere. Everywhere, that is, but out of the car. We must have made a sight, going down that narrow snowy road. Two humans in a wrecked vehicle, with a blazing hellhound in the back seat. The farmhouse loomed up on us. The sound of baying hounds reached my ears, but the noises didn't come from behind us. They came from in front, and so did the sources. Abby's pack of dogs sped down the narrow driveway straight for us. Orion didn't slow down. I pointed at the pack. "You're going to." The lead dog leapt into the air and landed on the hood of the car. The rest followed or sidetracked into the deep snow. I watched them spring over the car and drop back to the ground. They hardly slowed down as they clashed with the hounds from foggy hell. Orion slammed on the brakes so one of the dogs could drag our flaming foe out the rear window. I expected a quick loss and got what I expected, but not the side I predicted. The normal dogs bit down on the hellhounds, and smoke rose from the unnatural fiends. Sometimes flames burst from the chomped area. The hellhounds turned tail and ran into the wall of fog that kept its distance. I looked to Orion and jerked my head at the massacre.
"What kind of dog food does your mom give them?"
He grinned. Whenever a dog needed a tooth pulled, Mom had the vet replace it with a silver one. I snorted and shook my head. So your plan was to get here so your mom's dogs could take a bite out of evil? Orion thought about it for a moment, before he nodded.
Yep.
I slid down my seat and sighed.
I think I've had enough excitement for one day.
Orion pursed his lips and drove the car forward.
It's not over yet.
Remember why we came here? I grimaced and straightened.
Yeah.
I paused and frowned.
But shouldn't the dogs have taken care of? I got my answer when we drove into the lot.
The clean snow was a mess of hard-packed snow and spots of blood. The straight lines of the plowed perimeter were jagged with dog footprints and wisps of cloak hems. Abby stepped onto the porch as we drove up. Orion stepped out and looked around before he stopped his searching at his mom.
What happened?
She smiled and gestured to the tracks.
The dogs took care of them.
Orion frowned and slammed his door shut.
Damn it, Mom.
You wanted us to come out here for what? So you could show off your dogs? Abby put her hands on her hips and glared at her son. Don't use that language with me, young man. Those dogs are getting pretty old, and most of them don't hear such quiet things too well. I wasn't sure if they'd hear my whistle or not, so I called you first.
Then why didn't you call me when you learned they could? He growled.
She frowned and wagged a finger at him. I knew you'd be driving here quick, and you shouldn't talk and drive at the same time. Especially on these roads. I stepped between them. You guys are forgetting our enemies are fond of hellhounds and black cloaks. Abby blinked at me and glanced down the road.
Hellhounds?
Is that what the dogs were after? I followed her gaze and watched her dogs trot home. Some of them limped, and little dribbles of blood followed them and others. Peter! Abby cried out. She rushed to the dogs and knelt in front of the leader. Some of them jogged up to her. Others weren't so nimble. I walked up behind her, as she inspected them one after the other. They okay? I asked her. She pursed her lips and shook her head. No. Some of them had a rough time with those messengers, and what followed you didn't help. I looked back at Orion, who still stood near the car. They saved our tails back there. The least we could do is bandage theirs. Orion's shoulders slumped, but he nodded. All right. Let's get them into the barn, and get some bandages on them. We did our duty to our canine friends, and led them into the barn. Soft fresh hay was strewn about the empty stalls, and the dogs pranced around Orion and me as Abby searched the house for the medical supplies. I knelt in front of a grey-muzzled lab with a bloodied ear, and gave him a scratch behind his good one. So, are you going to give me the exclusive on your mom and these dogs? I asked Orion. I glanced into the soft eyes of the happy dog.
Or does everyone get along with their totem animal?
He sat down on a bale of hay, and petted a dingo. A tiny smile slipped onto his lips.
I told you my mom was special.
She's always had a knack for dogs, and when she was changed into one by the tree, she worked hard to keep her friendship with them. It wasn't easy, at least that's what Aunt Snoopy tells me and the scars I've seen on Mom's arms. I finished my petting with a pat on the head, and took a seat beside Orion. Speaking of canines, whoever or whatever is after us has a thing for things from hell. Orion frowned at me. You still don't believe me when I say it's that Mel guy? I shook my head. Nope, and that's because you haven't given me a motive for his actions. Johnny. Trixie, came the frantic voice of Abby. Orion and I jumped to our feet, just as Abby hurried into the barn. We met her halfway, and she half turned and pointed over her shoulder. It's Tufts. She's gone. Orion grasped her shoulders and looked her in the eyes. Kidnapped. Abby shook her head. I don't think so. It was only her scent that led out the window, and down the gutter to the ground. When'd you see her last? I spoke up. Right before you came. I was sitting with her when I heard the dogs bark, she told us. I'll find her, Orion promised as he strode past us and out the door. Abby moved to follow, but I grabbed one of her shoulders. She looked back, and I nodded my head at the assortment of injured dogs around us.
You need to stay with them.
She frowned. But
trust me.
Your son can do this, I insisted. Abby sighed but gave me a small smile and a nod. You're right. After all, I'm his mom. Now I knew where Orion got his modesty.
We'll call you when we find something, I promised her before I hurried outside.
The darkness of the early morning didn't obstruct my werewolf eyes. Orion's shadowy figure disappeared around the back of the house. I hurried after him, and followed his wide trail to the rear where I found the half-man himself standing beneath the window to his old bedroom. He was transformed enough that his clothes bulged, and his elongated snout was lifted in the air. I followed his gaze up the plastic gutter pipe that ran up the corner of the house. A few bits of broken plastic sprinkled the snowy ground, and a single pair of tracks led away from the house in a southeasterly direction toward the road. I nodded at the footprints.
What's the hold-up?
Shouldn't we just follow those? Orion furrowed his bushy brow and shook his head. No. Those are decoy tracks. I arched an eyebrow. Made by who?
I don't know.
He got on all fours and sniffed around the area. I pressed my back against the wall as he passed by me. Those tracks were created with magic. I can smell the wisps of spell. However, another set. He turned around and sniffed along the back of the house between the tall pile of snow from the roof and the house itself. Leads this way across the fields to the forest. I pulled his leather bag from my coat pocket and held it up. I'd suggest we split up, but you're running a little low on silver. That is, unless your mom's dogs want to donate some. We go together, but keep up, he commanded me. I pocketed the bag and glared at him.
What's that supposed to? He took off down the wall of the house and raced into the snow.
Damn it. I muttered, as I followed him as best I could in my human form. I wasn't going to risk getting naked in this freezing weather. 18. Orion sped through the snow. My only consolation was that he left a wide swath of trail for me to follow. The stillness of the dark morning made me glance over my shoulder more than once as I stumbled through the snow after him.
You sure she went this way?
I called to him.
Yes.
We reached the trees where the snow was less dense. I actually saw bare ground beneath some thick-branched pine trees. Orion paused and sniffed the ground. I took the time to search with my eyes. Something glistened beneath a rotten log. I walked over and knelt in front of the fallen wood. A crack in the bark allowed me to see into the hollow log. I reached inside and grasped something hard and slick. Orion? I called out as I pulled out my hand. He trotted over to me as I opened my fist in front of me. In my palm was Tuff's necklace. My pulse quickened. I glanced up at Orion and saw my concern reflected in his face and eyes. Is she? I couldn't force myself to say it. He shook his head.
I don't smell anyone else's scent here.
She must have left the necklace on purpose. I stared down at the necklace and furrowed my brow. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Orion put a hand on my shoulder. His voice was low and soft.
We'll ask Tufts when we find her.
I took a deep breath and nodded.
Yeah, but has your sniffer found her?
He looked up and nodded at the forest. Through there. It looks like she might have gone to the Amazonian camp. I snorted and stood. Perfect. We'll end the night by visiting with a bang, at least if Morella has anything to do with it. We did help them last time, he pointed out. I pursed my lips and glanced down at the necklace in my hand. Yeah. I hope they return the favor to Tufts. Hey. Orion had scooped me into his arms. He grinned down at me.
The snow's shallow enough here that I can carry you.
Otherwise your speed will mean we get there by the spring thaw. I stuck my tongue out at him. I don't trust my source until I've vetted it thoroughly, and I haven't vetted my fur coat enough to trust it as a heat source. Then hold on, Orion commanded. I wrapped my arms around his neck as he sped through the woods. The trees flashed by as thin shadows as the chill wind whipped at my face. I huddled in Orion's arms as he crossed tens of yards in a few seconds.
How did she get so far ahead of us?
I asked him. He shook his head.
I don't know.
Probably the same way she was able to make those decoy tracks.
Magic,
I guessed. Orion nodded.
Yeah.
I frowned.
I left that book with her.
You think there's anything really dangerous in there? Did you look through it? He asked me. I shook my head. Then only the librarian, Mab and Tufts know the answer to that question. And those three aren't talking, I added.
Let's hope Marilla is, Orion replied.
We flew through the wilderness, and soon came to the far outreaches of the Amazonian witch tribe. Even at a couple of miles away, I could smell their incense candles. Orion set me down in a small clearing, and looked around.
Why'd we stop?
I asked him. He looked straight ahead of us and pursed his lips.
We have company.
I followed the direction of his eyes. My shoulders drooped when I beheld the familiar glisten of a pestle and mortar. A half-dozen well-clothed witches stepped out of the woods. Their mortars were at the ready with herbs. They needed only to stamp the mixture with the pestles.
What do you want, Hunter? The lead woman questioned Orion.
An audience with Marilla, he replied. She sneered at him.
Why should she grant you such a privilege?
I snorted and crossed my arms over my chest. Just a matter of preventing a war between you guys and the town. Oh, and getting your mummified mummy back too. The woman lowered her pestle, and her followers mimicked her. Very well, but do not assume you may have this privilege any time you wish. I saluted her. Gotcha. Don't stretch our luck with the favors. We followed our guides through the woods. I expected them to lead us close to the bumpy dirt road that followed near the highway, but they led us deeper into the trees to a small group of cliffs. The cliffs were pocketed with stacks of caves that acted like primitive condos. Rickety-looking ladders and stairs led to the higher apartments. Fires burned brightly behind thin plywood walls that covered the entrances to the caves, and the smoke escaped from holes drilled into the cliff. Their horses stood in a corral set against the cliffs, and their rickety wagons were parked nearby. Groups of fur-bundled women and girls stood around open fire pits in front of the caves, and cooked some terrible-smelling food in large cauldrons. At least, I think it was food. I glanced up at the shoddy workmanship and grimaced.
This place needs a man's touch.
I got more than a few glares from the locals. Marilla occupied a penthouse on the ground floor. Our guide opened the door and gestured for us to enter. We slipped inside and found ourselves in a cave 10 feet high and 20 feet wide. The cave stretched back and rounded a right corner out of sight some 50 feet from the door. A wood stove sat in the middle of the floor. Its pipe disappeared into the ceiling. A wall of curtains blocked off a square portion of the room. I could see two silhouettes inside the cloth-walled room. One of them stood and parted the curtains. Marilla. She frowned. What is the meaning of this? She questioned us. Orion glanced around her, at a familiar figure on a plain bed. Tufts. We've been looking for that girl. She ran away from us. Marilla stepped out and dropped the curtain behind her. It would appear she doesn't wish to be with you any longer. Our guards found her at the edge of our territory. She pleaded with them to take her in. I took a step toward the makeshift bedroom. Tufts. Come on, Tufts, we gotta get home. The silhouette slipped off the bed and parted the curtains. Tufts frowned at us.
I have no home.
Orion moved to stand by my side. We don't know where you came from, but we're willing to give you a home until you remember. Tufts turned her face away and shut her eyes. She wrapped her arms around herself and shuddered.
I don't want to remember.
There's something dark there waiting in my memories. Something I can't stop. Morella put her hands on Tufts' shoulders and smiled down at the teenager. We will be your family. I snorted. I really doubt you're doing this for philanthropic reasons.
What do you intend to do to her?
Orion questioned her. The witch leader glared at us. This girl you call Tufts holds a great magical power within her. We intend to help her harness that energy for the good of the tribe. I held out my hand to the teenager. Come on, Tufts. You don't want to hang around with these ladies. They don't even have indoor plumbing. Besides, you know we're not going to let anything happen to you. Her eyes flickered to me, and she shook her head.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You can't stop him. Nobody can stop him. Stop who? Orion spoke up. Tufts cast her eyes to the floor and clutched her temple as she shook her head. I don't know. I can't remember. I just know he can't be stopped. He'll win. He always wins. Morella patted her shoulders.
There is no need to force yourself to remember.
We will help you recall your memory bits at a time. Do you even know how to fix her? I wondered. Morella looked up at me and frowned.
She has lost her memory.
It is easy enough to repair. I folded my arms. Prove it. Tufts looked up at Morella and shook her head. Please don't. I don't want to remember. Morella smiled down at her. You will feel much better when you have recalled at least your powers. It is for the safety of those around you. Tufts pursed her lips but nodded. Morella walked over to a table set against the cave wall, where she sat her pestle and mortar. Dried herbs and roots lay on the tabletop and hung from the wall. She plucked the ingredients from the variety of spices and tossed them into the mortar. The witch cupped the mortar in one hand and clasped the pestle in the other, and turned to Tufts. This is a spell that will grant you some of your memories, but not all. We wouldn't want you to be overwhelmed by them, she explained. Tufts swallowed. Is it safe? Orion stepped closer to Tufts.
Don't do this, Tufts.
It won't work. Morella glared at him. My magic is not some parlor trick at which to scoff. He shook his head. I'm not doubting your abilities, but the High Wizard warned us Tufts was under a reverse spell. Morella scoffed. I would not trust his senility to tell me the phase of the moon, much less on matters that concern magic. Besides, I sense no spell upon her. Orion pursed his lips. Nonetheless, it is there, and even you know mixing magics is dangerous. Morella strode over to Tufts and turned to face us. We will let the girl decide. It is her memories, after all. She smiled down at Tufts.
What path will you travel?
Will you trust me, or she nodded at us, them? Tufts glanced from Morella to us. She bit her lower lip. Orion smiled at her.
No matter which way you vote, we'll trust you.
She blinked at him. Really? I rolled my eyes. That is so corny, but I suppose he's right. We'll be behind you all the way, even if you do try to lose us again. Tufts tilted her head to one side and smiled at us.
I think I'll go with you guys.
Besides, I really do like indoor plumbing, and their cooking is awful. Morella glared at the girl. You mean to forsake us so easily, after we assisted in hiding you? Tufts half turned to the witch and glanced at the bowl.
I don't think that concoction would have helped me or anybody else.
You forgot to put the garlic root in it. Morella blinked and looked down at her bowl. She started back.
I did.
She returned her attention to Tufts.
But how do you know the spell?
It was taught to me by only one. Morella's eyes widened and her mouth flopped open and shut. Orion frowned.
Who taught you the spell?
Morella's hands shook so bad she fumbled with her pestle and mortar. She set them on the table, and hurried over to Morella where she embraced the young girl. Tufts stiffened, and looked over Morella's shoulder at us with a fearful look in her eye.
Some help here, Tufts wheezed.
Marilla pulled them apart to arm's length and smiled down at Tufts. Forgive me for my impulsive behavior, but it has been so long since we met, Mab. 19. I raised my hand.
Wait, Mab?
As in the Mab? Marilla glanced over her shoulder at us and nodded.
Yes.
Mab was once my teacher, mentor, and a good friend. That is, before she forsook us for the land of men and cut all ties with me. I arched an eyebrow. You guys just don't do anything halfway, do you? Marilla ignored my question and returned her attention to Tufts. She furrowed her brow and shook her head. Though I do not remember her looking so young, especially as it has been some 20 years since we last met. Tufts squirmed from Marilla's grasp and stepped back.
I don't know who you think I am, but I don't know you.
Marilla's face fell, and she reached out toward Tufts. You are Mab, once leader of the Amazonian witches, and the woman who raised me to my position as leader. Orion stepped between them and looked to Marilla. How can you be sure this is Mab? Marilla frowned at him. Only one other knew the memory spell I sought to cast. Such a spell is too dangerous to be given freely. It can remove memories as well as return them, and a person without their memories is no one. She glanced past him at Tufts. Why would you cast such a spell on yourself, Mab? And to forget everything that made you so unique? Tufts stepped back and shook her head.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't remember anything about you, or your spells or anything. But you knew the ingredient was missing, Marilla persisted. Only Mab would have known the mistake. I glanced at Orion. Are we talking about the same Mab I know? He nodded. I believe we are, but I had no idea she was the leader of the Amazons. Marilla whipped her head to him and narrowed her eyes. She was no mere leader. She gathered us together from a few squabbling bands and united us as one. Without her we might have perished. A cry came from Tufts. She clutched her head and stumbled back. No. I don't want to remember. Stop making me remember. I pushed past Marilla and Orion and grabbed Tufts' shoulders. Tufts. No one is asking you to remember anything. A light burst from my pocket. Tufts and I paused in our struggle as we both looked down at the bright illumination. I pulled the necklace from my pocket and held it in my open palm between us. It glowed with a dark purple light. What the hell? Tufts' eyes widened, and she slapped the necklace from my hand.
Why did you bring that?
I drew my hand back and frowned at her. Because it's yours. You dropped it in a tree trunk. She shook her head.
I left that behind because he'll find me with that.
He'll find me and, the light from the necklace slipped over her form and soaked into her body. Her eyes rolled back and her legs buckled. I caught her and lowered her to the bare floor. Tufts.
Tufts, are you what the?
My exclamation came when her body transformed in my arms. Tufts grew taller and her hair trailed to her rear. Her clothes stretched to fit her new body. The soft face of youth was replaced by a 20-something woman.
Mab.
Marilla gasped.
That was the Mab you knew?
Orion asked her. She nodded.
Yes.
I lowered her to the floor and looked over my shoulder at the pair. Could someone please make a manual for living in this town? I could really use one right now. Orion shook his head. No manual would explain what's going on here. Marilla bent down and picked up the necklace. She turned the trinket over in her hands and frowned. Now I see you speak the truth about the High Wizard. This necklace is imbued with a powerful spell. He told us it was a reverse spell that was slowly being released, Orion told her. She pursed her lips and nodded.
Yes, I can see that is true.
And Mab, she glanced at the older Tufts, she would certainly be able to produce such a spell, but for what purpose I cannot fathom. Orion turned to me. You said you wanted me to give you a motive for why Mel would do all of this. I arched an eyebrow.
I don't think now is the time to bring that. It's because of Mab.
He nodded at Tufts.
The first time we met him, he asked about her diner.
He told us he'd heard it was really good, but who told him that? I shrugged. Your aunt. Or maybe Troy. That's who told me. Orion shook his head. Aunt Snoopy is a gossiper, but Mab doesn't make it known that her food is really good. She actually makes it taste horrible for the people she doesn't know or doesn't like, and my aunt isn't one of her favorite people. I stood and frowned. So what you're saying is Mab hiding herself from that guy by casting a spell on herself that made her both young and forget her memories? He nodded.
Yeah.
I half turned so I could look down at Tufts.
So why did she make it slowly release?
Mab was a brilliant strategist, Morella spoke up. A small smile curved onto her lips as she studied Tufts' strained face. She could never be beaten at chess. Perhaps Mab wished to bide herself some time, for a reason known only to herself. I folded my arms and furrowed my brow.
So how does the ship fit into all of this? Does it have to?
Orion counted. I nodded.
Yeah.
It's the first weird thing that happened. Everything else followed it. Mab's disappearance. That Mel guy's appearance. Tufts and her book. I paused and glanced around. My gaze settled on Morella.
Where is the book, anyway?
Morella blinked at me and shook her head. I do not know of what you speak. Mab brought nothing with her. I whipped my head to Orion.
This doesn't make any sense.
She was practically attached to that thing since she swiped it. Orion pursed his lips.
Something must have made her think it was safer to hide it than to hold on to it.
The witches outside started their chorus of high-pitched screams, and there was a sound of stampeding feet toward the caves. And it sounds like we're going to find out what that trouble is right now. Orion rushed to the door. Morella and I followed, and watched him fling the entrance open. A wall of fog, 50 feet tall and twice that long, rumbled out of the woods on the far side of the encampment. Hellhounds burst from the fog and flew across the ground. They overturned the cooking pots and trampled the campfires. The scent of sea air permeated the camp as the wall stopped 50 feet from the cliff wall. Morella pushed past us and waved one arm above her head. This way, she called out. A dozen women and girls turned in her direction. Orion and I stepped out the door and to the side as they rushed into Morella's home. She slammed the door shut behind them and turned to us. The witch leader jabbed a finger at the wall of fog.
What is that?
Trouble, I quipped. It was trouble with a capital M, as a form emerged from the center of the fog. It was Mel Paleyman, and he was smiling. The young man stopped 10 feet short of our position. He crossed one of his arms over his chest and swept into a low bow. Good morning, my dear new friends. I'm sorry to arrive so early, but time grows ever short for my plans. Your plans for Mab, I stated. He straightened and bowed his head. I see you've figured out some of the puzzle, but is Mab able to give you all of the pieces? He looked past us at the shut door. When we last met, she hardly seemed in a condition to do anything more than have her diapers changed. Orion stepped into his line of sight and scowled at Mel.
What do you want with her soul?
Mel closed his eyes and shrugged. I'm afraid that's none of your concern. It's an issue between Mab and myself, one I intend to end very shortly. Mel snapped his fingers. 2 large mastiff-sized hounds burst from the fog behind him and ran up to flank him. He lay his hand on one of their heads and stroked its illuminated noggin. These hellhounds are quite useful, aren't they? A little more brutal than the Death's messengers, but they are far more. Get down! Morella yelled. Orion and I hit the deck. A small paper bag flew over our heads and landed in front of Mel. The contents spilled onto the ground and exploded into a greenish mist. I heard Orion gasp a second before the smell hit my less sensitive nose. It smelled like a skunk bedded a rotten egg and had a love child. The stench ripped at my nose hairs and played them like they were the strings on a hard metal guitar. The dogs beside Mel were just as affected. They reared up like wild stallions and gnashed their teeth at the green air as it floated toward them. Mel stepped back and slapped his hand over his face. His eyes glowed an unnatural blue like the deep ocean as he glared at us. "Hurry!" I heard Marela call to us. Orion grabbed my arm and pulled me to my feet. "We need to go." "I hate monologuing anyway," I quipped as we turned tail and ran. Marela stood beside the now open cave entrance. We shot inside and she followed, slamming the door shut behind us. Orion and I stumbled into the center near the stove and coughed out our lungs. I swept my eyes over the perimeter.
"Where's Tufts?"
Marela raced to the rear and stopped short of the corner.
"She must have been taken by my tribe."
That fool and his talking allowed the others to escape out the back, and we must do the same. The stench bomb will not last forever. Orion grasped my arm and tugged me toward Marela. We stumbled around the corner and found it led to another bend in the cave that followed the curve of the exterior cliff. The three of us ran shoulder to shoulder, with Marela a little ways ahead as leader.
"How did you know to prepare the bomb?"
Orion asked Marela. "Mab told me she feared an attack by dogs, and I prepared appropriately," Marela explained to us.
"How far does this cave go?"
I gasped. "We are nearly at the end." Another 50 yards of twists and turns, and we saw the exit. We burst into the early morning air, and was surrounded by the thick woods. A dozen pairs of tracks led into the snow, away from the cave entrance. One trembling figure stood beneath the protective branches of an evergreen tree. Tufts. Or Mab. Or Tufts Mab. 20.
"Tufts,"
Orion called out. She managed a shaking smile. Her arms were wrapped around her, and she shivered. Orion and I rushed over to her, while Marela remained at the cave entrance. I grasped one of her quivering shoulders and looked her over. "You okay?" Tufts nodded. "Why yeah, I'm okay. Just cold." Orion took off his tattered jacket and hung it around her shoulders. "You woke up pretty fast this time." She grimaced. "Yeah. The spell is getting thinner." Marela walked up to us and held the necklace out to Tufts. "Regardless of what you wish, you need this right now." Tufts pursed her lips but took the necklace.
"I know that now."
"Do you happen to know how to get this Mel guy off our tail permanently?" I asked her. She shook her head. "No. I remember knowing him, but I can't remember what he is to me, or how to get rid of him. Or what he is to anyone else," Orion spoke up. I glanced at him and arched an eyebrow.
"What does that mean?"
"It means I've never smelled anything quite like him," he explained. He ran a hand through his hair and shook his head.
"That sea salt air and those blue eyes.
That isn't were powers, or even wizard and witch abilities." My shoulders slumped. "So you're saying we're dealing with a whole new creature?" Orion nodded. "Seems so." He turned to Tufts.
"Does that sound right?"
She shrugged and shook her head.
"I don't know.
I don't remember."
"What is your heart telling you?"
Marela asked her. Tufts pursed her lips and stared hard at the ground.
It's telling me he's on to something."
A long deep bellow echoed from the mouth of the cave. The cry reverberated with anger. I turned to my companions.
"I think that's our cue to leave." "Promise me you will see me soon," Marela pleaded.
Tufts smiled and nodded. "I will. I promise." I spun Tufts around and pointed her in the opposite direction of the cave. "Nobody's going to be seeing anybody soon, if we don't get out of here." Orion grabbed Tufts and me and tossed us over his shoulders. I gasped as the air was knocked from my gut. "Can you give us a warning sometime?" He grinned. "I could, but where's the fun in that?" I yelped as he sped forward over tree and dale. Marilla waved to us and Tufts waved back before our witch friend hurried away. I glanced over my shoulder and Orion's to glare at him. I'm a werewolf too, you know. I can run. I know these woods better than you, and I'm nearly as fast even with you both, he pointed out. Do you even know where we need to be going? I questioned him. He shook his head. Nope, but anywhere away from that guy is better than near him. I looked at Tufts and nodded at her necklace. How easy is it for him to follow that thing? She picked it up and furrowed her brow. I don't know. I think within a mile or two. We'll start there, Orion commented as he pushed faster through the snowy forest. The chilly run lasted until we hit the far road, and found ourselves opposite the junkyard. A snowplow sat in the lot in front of the clean house. A few lights twinkled through the windows. Orion set us down in the yard, and took a few steps toward the house. I'll see if Jerry can lend us one of these hunks of junk. I checked my watch. The damn thing was dead. Damn water. I mumbled as I shook my wrist.
Let me fix it, Tufts spoke up as she stepped closer to me.
It was a little odd being face to face with someone who only that morning had barely reached my waist. I arched an eyebrow.
You can do that?
She wrapped her hands around my watch and closed her eyes. I saw her lips move but couldn't catch a sound. A brilliant purple light peeked out from between her fingers and illuminated our faces. The light held a warmth to it that relaxed my muscles like an expensive massage, and dried my clothes like a professional dry cleaner's. I heard a few clicks and clacks, and the light disappeared. Tufts opened her eyes and removed her hands.
That should do it.
I lifted my wrist to my face and examined the machine. It looked brand new. It hadn't been when I bought it. The hands moved in time with the hour. Nearly 6 in the morning. I dropped my arm to my side and studied Tufts' face. Could you always do that even when you were Mab, and or is this stuff you can do as only Tufts Mab? A coy smile slipped onto Tufts' lips.
I'll leave that up to you to decide.
I snorted. You're definitely Mab. Any idea why you wanted to shrink yourself into a pint-sized suit? Her smile faltered and she shook her head. Only that I was afraid of him, and that he'd do something to stop me. I raised an eyebrow.
Stop you from doing what?
She pursed her lips and stared hard at the ground. I don't know. I just know it was really important, and I've been waiting a long time to do it. The door to the house opened, and Orion stepped out. He held up a set of keys which he jingled. We have our clunker. I scoffed.
It can't be as bad as mine.
Me and my stupid mouth. The car turned out to be a repo-ed wreck. The paint peeled off the few original parts that were left, and the other portions were a postmodern mashup of rusted grey and grey rust. I can see why they didn't mind it being repo-ed, I quipped as we drove down the road. I plucked a match case from between the front window and the dashboard and held it up. Anybody got a cigarette? Tufts sat in the back seat and bounced at every hole we hit. She swayed from car door to center of the seat and back.
Doesn't this thing have any shocks?
Orion shook his head.
Probably not.
Jerry robbed a few parts for his snowplow, thinking he wasn't going to be using it.
He's not, I pointed out. We're almost to town, Orion assured us.
I glanced out my cracked window at the sleepy town that ran down the hill in front of us.
So what do we do when we get there?
Orion looked through the hanging rear view mirror at Tufts. Any ideas, Mab? She winced. Please don't use that name. Not yet.
She's got a point, I spoke up as we passed a local in a truck.
Somebody hears that name on this girl, and they're going to start asking questions we don't want to answer right now. Orion sighed.
So what do we call you? Just stick with Tufts for now, Tufts suggested.
And you have any ideas where to go, Tufts? She furrowed her brow.
I think we need to go to the diner.
Did you leave something there we can use? I asked her. The young woman shook her head.
No, I'm just hungry.
That Mel guy might find us there, Orion pointed out. I leaned back and cupped my chin in one hand. Actually, that's a good reason to go. Orion raised an eyebrow.
So he can find us?
I dropped my hand and rolled my eyes. No, because he would expect us to avoid that place, so it should be safe. Or he could know that we know to avoid that place, and realize we'd believe it would be a safe place, he countered. But maybe he knows that we know that he knows we wouldn't go there, so it'd be safe. Or he could think what you said plus knowing we know, and go there to check it out. Tufts leaned forward between the seats and stuck herself between us. I'm still hungry, and you two can watch for him while I make some food. I fell back against my seat and shrugged.
Or we could do that.
Orion parked the clunker in the alley behind Mab's diner, and we stepped out. The crunch of car tires on the main drag, and a few kids walking early to school showed life was once again in the town. We walked up to the back door, and were presented with our next dilemma. Orion grasped the knob and tried to turn. It wouldn't turn. I looked at Tufts. You don't happen to have been carrying a key around with you all this time? The young woman smiled and shook her head.
There's no need.
She nudged Orion out of the way and grasped the knob. I noticed a faint light emit from her palm and suck into the keyhole like a strand of spaghetti. A sharp click came from the knob, and Tufts turned it and opened the door. Orion glanced at her and raised an eyebrow. Have you always been able to do that? I held up my fixed watch.
At least for a half hour.
Tufts grinned from ear to ear. I have many talents, and I'll remind you of my cooking one right now. She led us into the back, which was comprised of a large pantry, and the stainless steel kitchen with pristine counters, shining cupboards, and a retro floor that matched the one in the front. In the center of the kitchen was an island with a few bar stools. Tufts gestured to them as she walked over to a few cupboards. Make yourselves at home, she offered as she procured cookingware the likes of which my mom would drool over. Orion and I took our seats, prepared for a feast. We weren't disappointed. 21. Tufts cooked as well as Mab or herself or whatever. It was good, and consumed, and I took the liberties of licking a few plates clean. So, are you able to tell us how you know what food we always want? I asked Tufts as she sat opposite me. She smiled and shook her head. No. I sighed. If I had any doubts you weren't Mab, you just shook them away. Orion didn't enjoy the meal as much as I did. He kept leaving his post at the stool to check the rear and front doors. The last time he came back his lips were pursed.
We probably shouldn't stay here any longer.
I tossed down my napkin and sighed.
Yeah.
That Mel guy. Melichurt's Tufts spoke up. Orion and I looked at her with blinking eyes. She frowned. His name is Melichurt's. I snorted.
No wonder he's so angry all the time.
Is there anything else you can remember about him other than his name, and that he's bad news? She furrowed her brow. He's close. Very close. Orion grabbed our hands and pulled us toward the rear door.
That's all I needed to hear. Wait, Tufts shouted.
She dug her heels into the floor and slid a few feet before Orion stopped. She nodded at the doorway to the front. Through there. I yanked my hand from his and tugged him that way. You heard the girl. The three of us hurried through the diner and out into the street. The time was a little before 8. A few late schoolers flew by in their cars. Some of the shoppers glared at their high speeds. Across the street, Tufts ordered us. We sprinted across the slushy road and down to the next block that abutted the river. Tufts led us around the corner where we pressed our backs against a wall while she scowled at the air.
He's getting closer.
He can sense my necklace. I, being on Orion's other side, leaned forward so she could see me. Do we really need that thing, or can we flush it down some public toilet? She grasped the necklace and shook her head.
No, we need it.
It's very important.
What about the book of spells?
Orion spoke up as he looked down at Tufts. Would that help? Tufts shook her head.
I don't know, but it might.
I furrowed my brow.
Where exactly did you hide that book?
The one you've been carrying around most of this time? Tufts smiled.
Hold your hands open in front of you very still, and I'll give it to you.
I narrowed my eyes.
This isn't some filthy joke, is it?
She shook her head.
No, now just do as I said.
I pursed my lips but held my hands palms up in front of me. Tufts closed her eyes and mumbled a few muffled words under her breath, as she drew a circle with her finger. A circular portal a foot wide opened above and a little in front of me. The book dropped out of the hole and into my hands. I yelped and tossed the book like it was a hot potato. Orion caught it before it hit the wintry ground. Tufts frowned at me.
I told you to hold still.
You try holding still when things are dropping on you, I countered. Orion glanced up at the swirling darkness and furrowed his brow. I sighed.
I know that look.
What is it? He shook his head. This portal looks exactly like the one attached to the side of the ship. I squinted at the portal, as the darkness shrank to nothing.
It did.
I looked at Tufts and jerked my head where the portal had once swirled.
Is that a hard spell to pull off?
She furrowed her brow.
I don't know.
I just found it in the book and used it. Orion snapped his fingers.
That's it.
I raised an eyebrow.
What's it?
He grabbed our hands and pulled us around the corner from which we came. Hey! Wrong way! I yelped.
Not quite, he replied as he turned us off into the alley.
It was the same one I'd gone down to rescue Tufts the first time Orion and I saw her. He didn't slow down until we reached the two boards and the swirling vortex. We skidded to a stop at the edge of the blackness. Orion looked to Tufts. Is this one of those spells? She nodded.
Yeah, it is, but why is this important?
There's a matching hole in the side of the ship, Orion told her. Tufts' eyes widened. Then you think this will lead us to the ship? I raised my hand. One problem. Isn't that ship supposed to be on the ocean right now? She shook her head. Only if it is in night, and it isn't quite evening there. I looked to Orion. How are you going to prove your theory this leads to the ship, and not to some person's outhouse? Orion pursed his lips. I don't know. I glanced over all our faces.
Then who's going to go in first?
Nobody moved but the swirling hole. As we stared at the black chasm, something flew out of it. The thing landed at our feet. I knelt down and poked at it, before I glanced over my shoulder at Orion.
It's a stick.
He furrowed his brow, and stooped beside me to pick up the object.
This is the stick I threw in last night.
I glanced at my watch.
It's a little past 8, so this thing works on airline time.
He stood and nodded. If you mean it's about 8 hours behind schedule, then yes. I pointed at the hole. So if we go in there, we're going to be 8 hours in the future, and popping out of the side of the ship? Tufts shook her head. No. Portals work in the reverse. If we were to jump into this hole, we would come out into the interior of the ship. I think. I winced. Care to restate that last part? Tufts' eyes widened. She spun around. He's coming. I whipped my head to Orion, and patted him on the kneecap. Remember me as I was, an honest, diligent reporter of truth. He blinked at me. So will I. I nodded, yeah. See you on the other side. I leaned forward and fell into the hole. Trixie! Orion shouted as he tried to snatch me. I twisted around and gave him a thumbs up, before the darkness enveloped me. It was like falling through a river of dyed water, where I didn't know up from down, one hand from the other, or if I had a piece of chicken stuck in my teeth or not. The trip lasted for about 5 seconds, before I was spewed from the dark hole and into a dark hold. At least, That's where I thought I was as I tumbled across rotten planks and crashed into a wooden barrel. The book in my hands slid off into the darkness. A pile of sad sackcloths atop the barrel rained enough of their mucky contents down on me to cover me up to my head. I sat up and sputtered. Little brown sprinkles fell from my hair. I picked one up and cringed. It was a dead maggot. I tossed it away and scrambled from the pile. A quick look around told me I wasn't in Kansas anymore. Timber beams and rotten cargo gazed back at me. Dark shadows with foot-long mold slithered from every corner. A thick layer of dust covered everything that wasn't moldy, so that the landscape resembled a desert surrounded by lush tropical forests. Behind me was the swirling mass of vortex. Above me were a couple of the cargo hatches Orion and I had seen on the deck. My stupid mind had to remember that terrible face I'd seen last time I was here. I took a step back as my pulse quickened. My eyes flickered over the hold. There wasn't any sign of the thing that last time I had appeared out of. The face flashed in front of me. I screamed and stumbled back. My foot caught on a mess of wrapped rope, and I tumbled onto the floor beneath the vortex. That's when Orion and Tufts decided to drop in unannounced. They fell like 2 sacks of bricks on top of me. Our limbs got tangled in a horrible, thrashing game of Twister which we were all losing. "Trix, that you?" came Orion's muffled voice from beneath Tufts, who was somehow beneath me. "I'm in here somewhere," I quipped. I tore myself from the pile and rolled onto the floor. My momentum carried me 2 yards from my companions and stopped me in front of a tall shadow. I looked an inch off the floor. The tips of a pair of black boots stared back at me. I followed the path up a man's heavy sailing clothing to the stern face that glared down at me. The clothes belonged to a man with bluish skin and glowing blue eyes. A long black beard covered his chin, and a moustache his upper lip. His hair was hidden beneath a broad hat that sat lopsided on his head. At his side was a scabbard. The rusted hilt of a sword stuck out above his hip. He was also slightly transparent, and very much dead. 22. I sat up and scrambled back on all fours. "Dead man walking." "Dead men walking," Orion corrected me. I glanced over my shoulder and saw that a whole pale, transparent crew surrounded them. The swashbuckling, tattered undead stared at us in curiosity. Among them were a few pockets of alternate reality. A wizard in a rotten robe. A young boy of 14 with worn sneakers and a heavy snow coat. Those two were from different times and places, but they both had the same blue eyes and skin as the sailors of old. The ghastly face appeared in front of me again and howled. I yelped and scrambled back so my back crashed against a barrel. "Dat is enough of dat," the tall-hatted one commanded. His accent was vaguely German, and with my limited knowledge of languages I guessed I was mistaking Dutch for its southern neighbor. The face floated backward, and its terrifying empty eyes blinked. In place of the haunting light were a pair of haunted blue eyes. A body emerged from beneath the head, and the whole thing stood on 2 legs. The creature now looked like another member of the crew. He pursed his lips and glanced over his shoulder at the tall-hatted one. But Gesigwerder, the tall-hatted one narrowed his eyes. My tormentor shrank back and joined the rest of the crew, who hovered around Orion and Tufts. The tall-hatted one stepped forward and scowled down at me. "You had better leave dis skip, missin. There isn't anything here for you but grief." I scrambled to my feet and swept my eyes over the scowling faces of the crew. I swallowed the lump in my throat and returned my attention to the captain. "Actually, we came here to find the captain of the ship." He grinned. "You are looking at him and he is looking at you, missin. Now what are you wanting?" I relaxed and arched an eyebrow. "First off, if this is the Flying Dutchman, then I'm wanting to know how you know English." The captain chuckled. "And I know a little German. My speeches come from da unfortunates who have fallen trough da hole you used." I glanced over my shoulder at the swirling vortex. "How did a portal end up on the side of your ship in the first place?" He nodded at the wizard-robed crew member. That fool slapped at our spell on our side of my skip a century ago, and dropped into our hold. We couldn't scare him out before our curse took hold. I felt a rising feeling of dread. So if we stay here long enough then, you will be joining us, he finished for me. I spun on my heels to face Orion and Tufts. We'd better make this interview fast or we become the scoop. Orion gently grasped Tufts' arm and stepped forward. Captain Van der Deacon, we were wanting to know why you came to Apple Hollow early. The fish-skinned fellow furrowed his brow and rubbed the long hairs on his chin.
Now that is a mystery, isn't it?
That bloke fog came up on us and swallowed us like it does every 33 years, but this time it was early.
It wasn't quite the same as it used to be, Gesigverda, one of the crew spoke up.
The captain nodded.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It had a strange softness to it like it, and a nice smell. It reminded me of when I was a cabin boy, aboard the merchant vessels of my youth. One of the men frowned.
I thought it reminded me of that sweet lass I left behind. What about apple petals?
Another spoke up. Everyone paused and stared at him. He shrank beneath their gazes and nervously smiled. Or maybe the food Moda used to make. She was fond of apple pie. I held up my hands. All right, we get it, you guys were swallowed by a sweet-smelling fog. So how do we break this curse of yours, so you can stop sailing the 7 shoals of the river? The captain closed his eyes and shook his head. It is impossible to do that thing, missin. We are doomed to sail the waters of desert seas and rivers for all eternity. There is a way, Tufts spoke up. The captain furrowed his brow at her. He tilted his head to one side and narrowed his eyes.
What is this?
Do I know this face? Tufts strode forward and clasped their hands together. She looked into his face and smiled. Do you not recognize your Gelieft, my dear captain? Captain Van der Deacon's eyes widened.
Mab?
My beloved Mab? Is it you? She nodded.
Yes.
It's been a long time, hasn't it? He leaned down and captured her lips in a passionate kiss. I sidled up beside Orion, and watched the pair of lovers try to suck each other's faces off.
Somehow I don't like this, I whispered to him.
He grinned.
That's the feeling of being a parent. I have the urge to get a shotgun.
No wedding yet until we get off this thing. The lovers parted, one gasping for breath and the deader one grinning from ear to ear.
Yeah, you are my little Gelieft.
What good kisses you have. He brushed his finger against her cheek and furrowed his brow. But you are younger, yeah? She smiled and nodded.
Yeah, but not for long.
The necklace around her neck, illuminated with that brilliant purple light. It swallowed her in its brilliance. I shielded my eyes with my arm. The crew shuffled away from the light. The purple faded, and I lowered my arm to see that Tufts had evolved into Mab. Orion and my little Pokemon was all grown up. The captain grinned and took her hands.
There's my little Gelieft.
It is good to see you after so long, even though it be for a brief moment. Mab shook her head. We will no longer be apart. The captain's face fell. He dropped his hand and stepped backward away from her. You must leave. That curse will take you as well, and I will not see my Gelieft taken by this monstrous thing. Mab shook her head.
It won't take me because I found a way to free you.
To free everyone. She turned to me and frowned.
Where's the book?
I winced and looked around my feet.
Somewhere in here.
Find that book. Captain Van der Deacon shouted. Everyone scrambled over each other, looking for the AWOL tome. They climbed over the barrels, ropes, crates, and each other in their eagerness to find hope for release. Orion bumped into the young boy, and the young lad stared hard at him. Do I know you? Orion shook his head. No, but my mom knows you.
Less talking, more looking.
I scolded them. I fumbled through the stank darkness, and stumbled over the rope that had caught me before. My butt connected with the hard wood planks. I growled and rubbed my posterior as I took advantage of my new vantage point. My eyes caught sight of something hidden in the shadows of a barrel. I crawled on all fours and grabbed the shadow. It was the book. I held it above my head. I found it. The brief letter we found earlier slipped out, and one of its sharp corners hit me on the head. I caught it as it tumbled down my chest, and lowered the book. Mab took the book, and I opened the love note.
Well, this makes sense now.
I held it out to Mab. I think this is yours. She sighed and nodded as she accepted the note.
Yes.
A brief moment of depression, after my captain had been cursed by this existence. A thought hit me, and I pointed at the letter.
Does Melon Circus know about that?
Melichertz, and yes, she confirmed. I turned to Orion.
I think I just found that missing puzzle piece Melon Head was talking about.
Mab pursed her lips. Melichertz is indeed the reason for our suffering. He was jealous of our love, and when I refused him he sought revenge. The captain nodded.
Yeah.
He is the scoundrel who cursed my skip and my crew to sail until the world ended. Mab smiled up at him, and patted the cover of the book. Those days are over. I have found a way to free you and your men. I need only combine 3 of these spells to create a portal, and navigate this primitive machine off its cursed course and through the portal.
So why did you hide yourself as a fast-acting kid?
I spoke up. The spell can only be achieved on the 3rd night, or close to it. The curse on the ship is weakest then, she explained.
Then what are you waiting for?
I asked her as I waved my hand at the crew. Get on with it so they can stop auditioning for the Blue Man Group. Mab nodded and took a step forward. Please grant me some room. Everyone scuttled back. Orion slipped beside one of the wooden support beams close to our entrance. I sidled up beside Orion and leaned against him.
What took you guys getting here anyway?
He frowned.
Nothing took us.
We jumped in a few seconds after you did. I leaned away from him and shook my head. But you guys were a minute or 2 after. My pulse quickened, and my eyes widened as I remembered one tiny little problem.
What's wrong?
Orion whispered. I swallowed the rising fear in my throat, and looked up into his worried eyes. How close behind you was Melichertz when you jumped into a stream of water blasted from the portal? Anyone or anything in the water's path was blown against the far side of the ship. Chilling fog followed the water, and invaded the hull with its foul stench of sea air. Everyone on deck, the captain shouted. Orion scooped me into his arms and leapt up. His head crashed through the rotten wood of one of the hatches, and landed neatly on deck. Piles of debris landed in my lap, and I brushed them off as he set me back on my feet. Everyone else staggered up the stairs to our left, with the captain and Mab at the front. Behind them came the fog. They reached us just as a familiar chuckle echoed from the depths of the fog. The crew and we watched as Melichertz stepped from the center of the fog. Behind him marched a small army of hellhounds. He stopped 10 feet from us and smiled. What a pleasure to see all my good friends here for the end. 23. Mab glared at him. A faint glow of purple light pulsed off her body. How dare you come aboard this ship you have cursed?
Yeah, the captain spoke up.
He removed his sword from its scabbard, and pointed at the railing. Get off my skip. Melichertz closed his eyes and shook his head.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
His gaze settled on the book in Mab's arms. He held out his hand.
At least, not until you've given me that book.
She tightened her hold on the book and shook her head.
Never.
I frowned.
Just hand it over.
You've got them memorized. Mab winced.
No, not the last one.
The rejuvenation spell is too difficult to produce from memory.
And if you don't cast it?
Orion asked her. She glanced over her shoulder at the captain, and her face fell. Everyone aboard would revert to their proper age. And your beloved captain would be nothing more than dust, Melechert spoke up. He stretched his hand closer to her.
That is why I must have that book.
It was the captain's turn to chuckle. Or you will do what? Will your hounds tear to pieces that which can't be touched? Look around you. He swept his sword over his crew. Your curse trapped them between the living and the dead. You can't hurt them anymore. Melechert turned his gaze on Orion and me. His lips curled into a sly grin. No, but I can very much kill your friends. He snapped his fingers. A half-dozen of the hounds hunkered down and growled at us. Orion grabbed my arms and tried to pull me behind him. Hell no. I shrugged off his hands and marched to within 5 feet of the short man. Who the hell do you think you are, pushing everybody around like this? Melechert chuckled. I forget how little they teach in schools. You would not know I was once a human, but now changed into a god of the seas. I crossed my arms over my chest. Prove you're a god, and not just a dog trainer and a weatherman. Melechert smiled and snapped his fingers. The familiar fog of horrors past parted behind him, and revealed a dark void that surrounded the ship. I willed that this ship would be trapped in this world until the end of time. Its fate would be to sail the seas on stormy days as a warning to others. He looked past me at Mab. And every 33 years the ship would come to the river as a reminder of the 33 times Mab refused my pleas of marriage. I snorted.
Wow, you were desperate.
I swallowed my rising fear and straightened to my full short height so I could glare at him face to face. So who died and made you a god over other people's lives? He glared at me. I died. My godhood is compensation for the unjust actions against me. I arched an eyebrow. Really?
That's all that has to happen?
Melechert narrowed his eyes. Do not treat my tragedy so lightly. My mother was forced to throw us both over a cliff to save us from danger. I shrugged and strode a few steps in front of him. Tragedies happen every day. It's called life. So how come you were granted the privilege of being a god? Because it was a god who wronged me, he snapped. A smile slid onto my lips. Really? That sounds like a familiar story. My eyes flickered to Mab and the captain. You don't happen to have a way to communicate with gods, do you, Mab? She shook her head. No, but her eyes widened. She returned my sly smile with one of her own. But within the confines of this space, it may be easier to reach them. Melechert frowned and balled his hands into fists at his sides.
What are you going on about?
I spun around to face him. I'm going over your head to your boss. Somebody made you a god, which means they can undo it. Melechert's eyes widened. Why, you're mad. You're insane. He marched toward Mab. Give me the book this instant or, I cupped my hands over my mouth. Hey! The guy in charge up there? I shouted. Melechert stopped dead and spun around to face me.
Shut up, he screamed.
He ran up and grabbed my shoulders to give me a hard shake. Be quiet or, we heard a soft rumbling in the distance. I smiled and batted my eyes at Melechert. Did I do something wrong? Melechert let me go and stumbled back. He whipped his head left and right as his hounds whimpered. They tucked their tails between their legs and retreated into the diminishing fog. There's no need for your presence. I have the situation under. Another closer rumble sounded. Mab stepped forward and swept her eyes over the black void around the ship. Within this hour of my greatest need, I plead with the oldest gods. She knelt on her knees and bowed her head. Grant us protection from this false god, who forsakes his duties as helper to vessels in need of guidance. Melechert's eyes widened, and he barreled down on Mab. Shut up. Shut! A bolt of white lightning flew from the void and streaked across the deck. It hit Melechert in the chest and pushed him off his feet. He flew across the deck and over the railing. Orion and I rushed to the edge and looked into the darkness. He was a tiny speck far below us. A sliver of blue light surrounded him, and flew up toward us. Orion and I stumbled back, as the streak of light flew over the railing and across the deck. It hit the captain in the chest. The captain cried out and fell to his knees where he bent over. "Galleon!" Mab shouted. She stood and hurried over to kneel by his side. The captain raised himself and held up one of his hands. The bluish color disappeared and changed to a healthy skin tone. He turned to Mab. "Galleon, what has happened?" Mab clasped their hands together and smiled. "The gods have granted that you be free, thee of troubled ships." She helped him up as he looked down at himself. His rotten clothes transformed into their majestic, colorful old selves. Mab picked up his shining sword and held it out to him. She nodded at the faces of the crew around them. "Your men need you, my galleon, to lead them home." The captain pursed his lips and took the sword from her palms.
"What do you say, my men?
"Are you prepared to trade your sea legs for land shoes?"
"Yeah," was the resounding reply.
He pointed his sword forward. "Then let us to land." The void around us filled in with a deep, familiar fog. This one didn't have the stink of the sea air like Melisit's tool. There was a sweet-smelling tropical tinge to it that reminded me of oranges, hot summer days, and a little of... I turned to Orion. "Do you smell apples?" He sniffed the air and furrowed his brow.
"Yeah, I do."
The fog enveloped the ship and all hands on deck. There was a moment of silence before a cool, chilly breeze blew over me and parted the fog. Though it was night, the banks of the Apple Hollow River appeared in sight. There was the small park with the abandoned bridge. I feared a reenactment of past events, that the boat turned toward shore and plowed into the ice until it was firmly stuck. I heard gasps and looked at the crew. Their skin and clothes were once again normal. Their faces brightened with smiles. The captain pointed at the land. "Everyone ashore." The crew yipped and hollered as they threw ropes over the sides and scrambled down them. The men landed ashore and stamped their feet on the hard snow. The wizard and young boy scurried off to resume their places in the hollow community. Orion and I turned to Mab and her captain. They clasped hands and looked into each other's eyes. "Does this mean I won't be leaving you for a long while?" he asked her. She smiled and nodded. "We can share eternity together." She stood on her tiptoes, and they embraced each other in another kiss. I leaned against Orion's shoulder and smiled up at him. "Remind me never to complain about a story that ends with a deus ex machina." 24. Orion and I followed the lovers down the ropes and onto the hard ground. Snow never felt so good. Our pairings turned to face each other.
"What will you do now, Captain?"
Orion asked the man. The captain clutched Mab close to himself and smiled. "I will do my duties as god of lost skips, and when they give me reprieve I will come visit my lady." "And I have a diner to reopen," Mab added. I looked down at the book tucked under one of her arms.
"It looks like you carried that thing around for nothing."
Mab shook her head.
"This was a far better way."
I wasn't sure even I could combine so many powerful spells. So was the first part of that spell to change his shipping schedule? I asked her. She shook her head. "No. I don't know what brought the ship early." I sighed and glanced up at Orion.
"That's one mystery we didn't solve."
He chuckled. "I can live with that." "I have a thank you I wish to give to you," Mab spoke up. She slipped a necklace over her head and held it out to me.
"This was a gift from the captain to me, but I think we both believe you should have it."
The captain nodded. "Yeah. Perhaps it will bring you good fortune." I took the necklace and nodded. "Thanks. It's not every day a reporter gets to keep a part of their story." Orion glanced over his shoulder in the direction of the road and sighed.
"Speaking of reporters."
I followed his gaze and watched a red car pull up. Loretta Hopper stepped out and surveyed the ragtag group of grown men in dated sailor outfits, running amok in the city park. Her gaze fell on us and her smile brightened. I grabbed Orion's arm and tugged him in the direction of the bridge remains. Oh no. Not her again. I dragged him a few snowy feet before I turned back to my mate. For this one time, I give you permission to carry me. He grinned and swept me into his arms.
I thought you'd never ask.
I rolled my eyes.
Just get going.
Orion sped through the snow and clambered up the hill. He hit the plowed streets running and raced along the sidewalks with the early night traffic beside us. I pointed at the motel.
That way.
Orion pointed his fast feet in that direction, dodging traffic and the occasional snowball from an unruly kid. We reached the motel and swept into the office. Troy was behind the desk with his ever-present smile on his face. He leaned his arms on the counter as Orion set me down.
What fortunate wind has brought you here?
I doubt we have to tell you, Orion commented as he kicked the snow off his shoes and onto the mat. Troy chuckled and gestured to the chairs opposite the desk and against the front wall. No, perhaps not, but a story is most pleasantly heard from its source. We took our seats and regaled Troy with the last 3 nights of excitement. The retelling meant our pursuer was long gone by the time we finished. Troy stood the whole time, and when we were done he smiled and nodded his head. A very good telling for an admirable story. Now I imagine you will want some rest. Orion stood and hid a yawn behind his hand.
I might hibernate until the werbears wake up.
I rolled my eyes and shoved him toward the door.
Just don't snore through the winter.
Good night and rest well, Troy called to us. Orion stepped outside, but I paused in the doorway and glanced back at him.
You know, there's something I've been meaning to ask you.
His eyes twinkled. Only one thing? I nodded at the crate in the corner, the one on which the prophetic bum had made his proclamations.
Why didn't you hide that better?
Troy chuckled.
Perhaps I thought it was time you started to learn the truth.
I raised an eyebrow.
What truth?
He shook his head and straightened.
It's not quite time to know that truth.
I frowned at him. Exactly how many other personas do you have around here? Troy winked at me and tapped his temple with his finger. I'm sure with your smart minds you will solve this mystery. In the meantime, I wish you good luck on your next adventure. As I was to find out, we were going to need all the luck we could get.